Good morning, all. Good morning. Choking a little bit this morning. How is everybody today? Hope everyone is doing well. Had planned to come live this morning. I did debate whether it was appropriate, but I thought if anybody hadn't heard the news, we could pass the news on. And also, I'm sure a lot of people will recall any stories that we have. So I have put up in post now, and there's bits and bobs on Discord as well. So it's going to be only a short stream today because I'm not really feeling it today either. So if anybody is joining us and they're not aware, unfortunately, one of the brilliant viewers, Aussie 57, has sadly passed. His daughter reached out to me yesterday after I'd finished streaming, just to let me know that that a father had sadly passed. So I'm sure there's been quite a lot of response already. I have reached out to his daughter as well again, just to see if there's anything, any charities that he supports or anything like that. Because a few people have reached out privately to me just to say if there's anything they can they can contribute towards or do or something like that, or things like that as well. So so yes, that's where it is this morning, guys. So really sad. I know he'd been ill for a while, and I'd spoken to him both on stream and on messages as well, because I'd sent him some bits and bobs through as well, which he wanted some computer parts off me. So I had posted, because he lived in Australia, I posted some computer parts to his sister who lived in the UK, and she forwarded them on, and he'd sent me some pictures and whatnot of them arriving and so on. And his daughter had said that he never got time to build it, so they ended up doing a build on FaceTime whilst he was in hospital. So I think he must have been in hospital telling her what to put where and everything on FaceTime while she was back at home or wherever, building the parts together. So yeah. Oh, I've got audio. Got audio. So yeah, really sad. But it did strike a chord a little bit with me with that. It's the same anniversary as my father passing. So I think it's struck a chord a little bit. Oh, just compose yourself, Dirk. Compose yourself. So really sad news on there. There's a couple of posts on. I've tried to put it on a few different Discords, but if anybody knew Aussie 57, please spread the word, because I know he was active in a lot more channels than I'm active in as well. So do spread the word if that's the case, because with him being such an active and likable member as well, I'm sure people will be sad as well. But I'll let you know if his daughter comes back to me again and suggests there's anything. But yes, I'd be happy to donate or support a charity in his name. Yeah, I'm exactly the same, James. A few people's reached out and put comments on there to say similar things as well. So we'll do. Yeah, I think the community as a whole is quite an insular community. We the regular members tend to see the regular members, and the regular lurkers all see the ones which comment, and we do pop up in different chats and things like that across a broad spectrum of the community creators and in Discord as well. So I think it's sometimes yeah, sometimes a little bit more than what it is. But anyway, so it Sorry, I wasn't expecting to get as emotional as this, so I apologise. It's not theatrics at all, and I'm not making it about me. So let's try and park that to one side. And I'm sure many of you can self-reflect on any interactions you've had with him, and stories that he told. So if you tuned into my late stream yesterday, I was up yesterday morning at about 4 a.m. started work, and I think I was still streaming at 10 o'clock last night. It was a long day yesterday, long day before. Managed to get 26 jobs done yesterday, and I have got some carryover today. I did get up this morning again at just gone 4 a.m. So I'm absolutely exhausted. But it is what it is what it is. Unfortunately, I've got the stuff to do. He would want the repairs to continue, and he was certainly one for poking fun. Certainly poking fun at me as well. As I say, I did exchange many a message with him privately on Discord, in private messages and so on. Yeah, he certainly poked funny the right way at me, and I always knew it was coming from the right place as well. So yeah. I think I've got somebody turning up as well. I've told everyone not to turn up because I'm too busy, and somebody is turning up now. So where we are with this, guys, I'm going to park that because, as I say, it is it is getting to me a little bit. So we started this one on stream last night, and I just need to finish it off. This was just a full reinstall. I'm just going to grab the door, guys. Just 2 seconds because there is somebody stood at the door. So I'll just pop you on mute 2 seconds. See you later.
I owe you for that 10 minutes you spent on it last time as well.
Oh, don't leave country without 10 minutes worth of labour. See you later. Sorry, guys. It's just the first one in for today. I weren't expecting it. Right, so where were we? Yeah, we had this one yesterday. So we need to finish looking at this one. Then did start a build yesterday, but the cooler wasn't adequate. We used the 120 Peerless Assassin. Morning, Max. It is another Lenovo. We worked on that Lenovo a couple of weeks back, but it only took me about 10 minutes. I didn't like customer here, just press the reset button underneath it, sorted the problem. But now it's locked in a permanent boot loop. The smell of the PSU has not gone. It still has not gone. It still stinks. It's over there. It still stinks over there. I've got an absolute splitting headache from that chemicals yesterday. Throat still sore and still on the chest as well. Yeah, I think I'm feeling the after effects of the, is it hydrochloric acid, which comes out of the power supply when they explode? I'm not too sure. So yeah, it's still there. So yeah, we're gonna, if you weren't on the late night stream last night, we built a system with a 14700K CPU, and the cooler I was putting on it, because he didn't tell me what CPU he had, I was going to put a Peerless Assassin, because you all know that I like the Peerless Assassin 120. But we put it on yesterday, tested it out a case for thermals, and the thermals were coming back at about 90, 95 degrees. So clearly that cooler is just, it was holding at that, and it wasn't throttling, I will say. So it was trying its hardest to keep cool. It just wasn't keeping it cool adequately. So I've got 3 of the 140s turning up today. So we're going to use one of them 140s today, because I've got 3 machines in which all need a 140. So we're going to use one of those. But there's a revised model for the Assassin now, and it's called the Phantom. So they do a Peerless Phantom, which is a new model. So instead of having 6 heat pipes, it's got 7 heat pipes. It gives you another 1 to 5 degrees worth of cooling. So that's something I'm gonna try. I've ordered a 120 Phantom as well, which is not due until Monday, I think that is. So might do a comparison, but that's the only difference. Apparently, it's got an extra heat pipe. They've squeezed an extra one in, so that might be something to start moving on to as well. Cost difference is about £3 or £4, so I don't think it's ever going to break the bank. And if it gives you better performance and longevity, that's all good news. But it's nice to see that one as well. Morning, Tom, and good morning, Max. Yes, I pinned the thing on there, Tom, on that, and put it on Discord as well. So yeah, we're going to do that one. He also wanted a couple of drives cloning. He's got a 1 terabyte mechanical drive, what he wanted cloned into a 2 terabyte NVMe. I did that overnight because that took hours, you'd expect. That looks like it's cloned successfully. And currently, if I just stick that camera over there, you might be able to see here. I've got one, and can't really see for the microscope, but the other one. So I've got he's got 2 other M2s sat there as well. One's a SATA M2, one's a NVMe M2. I'm sure you all know the difference. So I couldn't use the dock to do that, because the dock will only do NVMe to NVMe, or SATA to M2 SATA to M2 SATA, or M2 NVMe to M2 NVMe. It won't cross thingy, so I've had to use 2 adapters to do that. So that's just cloning at the moment. That's on screen, that's at 76%. So that's his other disk, which I'm cloning now. He's then got a 3rd disk, which is going in, but that's only going in straight. Then the 2 disks we've cloned from will be put in the system as well. So he's going to have a lot of disks in his system. There's new fans, new CPU, new RAM, new motherboard, new everything apart from power supply case and GPU. So that's the one what we're building, and that's the box of it just sat over there. And his old one is sat here. So we did strip that down. We've also then got another one, which is the one we started building in the customer's case on Wednesday. After I spoke to the customer that night because we couldn't get it to cool in the case correctly, he then reluctantly agreed to have a new case. So I've got to strip that one back down, unbuild it, and build it in the new case. So that's another one we've taken to pieces and rebuilding. And then we did one on stream yesterday where, did I do that one on stream? I can't remember, where the customer's got a water cooler and his water cooler wasn't cooling. So he got me to change the fans because I thought it was his fans, told me it weren't his fans. We put new fans in it for him, or he's supplied new fans. I fitted the new fans. It's still throttling after about 5-6 seconds at 100 degrees C. But on further inspection, there's something not quite right with the CPU. I think I showed it on stream last night. The CPU is black, like something started to erode the IHS, which is top at CPU. Customer says it was done from a previous repair shop, which had put something on it. I'll show you the picture because it's it did strike me as being a little bit crazy. So that's the top. Can you see that? I took a picture at CPU. That looks like thermal paste, but it isn't. You can't feel it. I have tried to clean it off with IPA, some of my electrical cleaner, which actually dissolves it normally, and other things. You can't feel it, and it does not come off. You put it under a microscope, and it is actually a little bit scratched. So I thought they'd try to lap it, sand it down, basically. But he says not. So a couple of people last night were suggesting that they might have had liquid metal on or other bits and bobs which has started to erode and eat into the IHS. So I'm a little concerned that the CPU overheating, it might be a CPU issue, because I think it's the 12th gen one. I'm sure it's the 12th gen. Yeah, it's a 12th gen i7, I think that is, or even a 14th gen i7, I can't remember now. So it's a CPU which is going to get hot anyway. So I have said to the customer, I think it's your cooler, because I haven't got another CPU to try on his board, to eliminate that. Or it could be a problem between his CPU and his IHS, because obviously you have your CPU die, you have your IHS, which is basically top thing, what you can see where you put your thermal paste, and then you put your cooler on top of that. So I don't know whether that's come unbonded or something like that, because obviously if they have tried to do something with it, they might to dislodge this slightly, because that's usually kind of soldered on and whatnot. Not soldered as such, but it's usually with some type of epoxy resin or something like that, as far as I'm aware, on most chips, to give it a good contact onto the underside of the IHS. So I'm just not too sure. Morning, Sebastian. Hope you're all well. Hope you are well. Oh, so, and we're going to cook in this office today. It is so warm. So that's where we are now, and we've just had that Lenovo laptop dropped in, which I've just said we will have a look at. Hopefully, we've got parts turned up for that one today as well, which is a Chromebook. So we should have parts for that arriving as well. So another busy day. I don't know how long I'm going to stream for today. It's just going to be a case of I'm going to have to put my fan on. If you get a bit annoying, I do apologise. I don't think it's going to be a 10 p.m. stream like it was yesterday, because I am absolutely exhausted. But we'll see where we go. So the one I have got sat in front of me, which I can't show you 100%, is a HP all-in-one. It's a Pavilion 23. And the issue with this is they did a Windows update on it Wednesday, left it overnight because it said your PC is rebooting 100%, and when it comes on, it didn't come on, so they reset it the next day, and when they reset it the next day, it came up with a warning to say that it had crashed and it wouldn't reboot. So I did attempt to repair Windows install yesterday and could not repair it. So I've reinstalled Windows today, and it's triggered the same issue. So I am thinking it is a problem with one of the Windows updates, which is triggering it to crash and whatnot. So all I'm going to do is say to the customer, not to do that one. I can see which update it is. It's the security update KB5101650, and it's the version 26200.8875 for anybody who is interested. And also the other security update which comes along with it, which is the .NET Framework security update KB5100998. Both those two are triggering the crash and so on. So I am going to put off the manual. I'm going to tell it that it can't update between certain hours, and then it will be a case of they can update between hours. It's never going to be switched on, which should then mean it can't update, and then I'm going to disable auto updates for 90 days, which isn't what I want to really do. But hopefully any issues what they've got in the updates might have resolved themselves by then. If it is a wider spread problem and causing other issues, Microsoft, we'd love to say Microsoft will be doing their bit and getting it ready, but you know what they're like, they may not necessarily do that. I'm just looking on Windows 11 how I stop updates. How the heck do you stop updates on Windows 11? I think it might be easier if I just do services, and then I'll get them to come back in a couple of months, and I'll turn the services thing back on, which is basically the Windows Update thing. That might be as easy to stop it having properties. So I'm just going to go into services and disable Windows Update, which means it can't do a Windows Update, which again I wouldn't normally want to do, but it will stop it coming through, and it should stop this problem reoccurring in the foreseeable. And then they can come back in, let's say, what month are we in now? July. If they come back sort of September time, we'll give it a shot, and if not, I'll do an image and put them back, and we'll just have to postpone it again. It might be a problem going forward, which they're always going to have, because this machine should have never had Windows 11 on. I do tell people that. Let me grab the telephone, guys. Morning. Hello, it's all ready for you. Yep, all ready, all sat on the side, all ready to go for you. It is, yeah. No worries at all. See you soon. Bye now. So that's just a collection from yesterday. Yeah, so it's not what I would recommend doing, disabling the updates, but if I do it this way, at least they're not going to keep on coming back to me every 2 weeks when it fails and crashes. But it might be because there's an incompatibility. We did one yesterday, and that was an incompatibility between the BIOS and the graphics chip, and Windows 11 couldn't install the graphics chip no matter what I tried. I did work on it a bit last night, and I've worked on it this morning as well, and I just cannot get that that graphics chip working. So yeah, that's really annoying on that one. Right, we're going to give this a quick reboot, and then we'll get something on screen what we can work on. We'll turn this one back on, just make sure we are coming and going. Oh, dear me. Yeah, we seem to be back up and running without any issues now. I'm hoping that disabling Windows updating services, it'll stop it. It'll stop doing that. So yeah, I'll do that. Shut down. Done. Right, we can shift this one out of the way. We can say this one is working as it is, but again, it's getting it back up and running. I know it's going to pose a security risk, but there's other security risks already with this, mainly because there'll be things like secure boot, TPM, which aren't on there. So sorry, TPM not on there. So there is other inherent security things wrong with it. So I know one more don't make it right, but it's just one other bits and bobs which needs doing on there. If you want to tune up watch Andy stream. He's forgot how he's been killed the stream twice already. I must say my my dim bulb tester does catch me out sometimes. I did it the other day on one, and I'd got the two trip switches in the wrong orientation, and that tripped the electric, which is crazy because you can have them. I'll show you on. Oh, let's put that there a second. If it's anything like mine, I've had to write on it. So those are trip switches on. So if it gets an earth leak, it should just turn off like so, and then it trips to going through the bulb. So if I have it on like that, crack of that thought. If I have it on like that, and we get an earth leakage, they'll both switch off. Not a problem. Brilliant. But unfortunately, they never switch off. It blows electrics in house. Don't know why. So to test it through the bulb, I put on here right to test. You've got to have those down there, and then it'll send through the bulb. It's only a 100-watt bulb. I could do with a 200-watt bulb. It's only a 100-watt bulb. So if I have got something drawing quite a bit of current, this will flicker anyway because it's overcurrenting, and it'll show me on here that it's overcurrenting as well. So I do empathise with that, but I had to write on mine so I could remember which way everything was going. Right, power supply. Ooh, yeah. Put that in there and that in there. Ooh, dear me. Right, I'm gonna get this. Oh, gosh, that's heavy. Get this out of the way and get the next job in. God, it's hot. Run out of space in here. Need some stuff picking up. The heat hits you when you walk in this orifice. I'm just going to ring this customer and tell them what I have done to their machine. Yes. Yeah, very good. Thanks. Very good. Just a quick one. Your computer is now ready. I worked on it late last night and had it updating overnight. Now, there seems to be an issue with Microsoft pushing an update out. So I have wiped it and I have reinstalled Windows and I've all updated it. And probably the same update which triggered it for you has triggered it for me. So I've had the same problem as well, which is good. So it looks like it's a security update which has just been released. So what I've told Windows to do is to stop all updates for the foreseeable future for next probably couple of months. And then what I would say is let me know if you're having and then we'll take it from there. But I have to say I've just disabled those updates at the moment. So hopefully it won't do it. But it looks like it's probably a compatibility issue with your hardware and Windows 11 and what Microsoft are pushing out on one. Yeah, and sometimes you can get this with older hardware because by rights it's not built for Windows 11, but you can get Windows 11 working on it. But it can be a little bit hit and miss with it. But at least you're back up and running now. I've transferred all his data across. You'll just have to set it up like a new machine. Yeah, exactly. It's going to be exactly the same scenario as last time for you. So, I can do, yeah. Just, are you doing it on bank transfer or are you bringing cash? For, yep. Yeah. And if you want an invoice, just drop me name at business because I probably sent you one last time, didn't I? But it'll jog my memory again. I don't know whether I'd get invoice done today. That's all because I'm so busy today. But if you drop me, if you just let me know which business it is, I'll make sure I get one over. But yeah, just let me know what time today you want to pick it up. No worries. See you later. Bye bye now. That's another one done. And out of way. let's have a look at this Lenovo. I'm waiting for parts orders, and I have that notification that they are on their way, only a few stops away. So we'll bring this Lenovo into play. Oh, God, stinking headache. Oh. I think he's upgraded his bulb and inserted his brain now. Funny start to the day though. Sorry to don't worry, Tom. Don't worry. It's always good to have a smirk and a smile. Sad to hear about Aussie Passive. Morning all. It is Edinburgh. Yes, it is. It certainly is. I was only thinking about him. I can't remember what day it was. Monday this week, because I'd not heard out from him again, and I had exchanged a couple of again private messages over the last few weeks. And I inquired a couple of weeks back on stream, and he actually popped up in stream, and it turned out he was watching from the hospital bed. So he was still there or thereabouts, because he was saying there wasn't a great deal to do in hospital. So yeah. God, she's hot. Right, so customers complaining on this one that it won't work, won't post. Go to this screen here and that screen there. That one there. Close that down. Go on to there. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, just making sure I was live on Twitch. But I am. We're doing well on Twitch. Got quite a few subscribers on there now. 83, I think it is. Followers, sorry. Subscribers are what it is. And I know Nick did it on his Amazon Prime last night, because you get a free subscription on Twitch to support any creator that you want for 30 days, and you renew it every 30 days. So if you've got an Amazon Prime account, you can go over there and support one of your favourite creators free of charge. If you don't do it, you just leave the money with Amazon and they spend it. And Jeff Bezos is rich enough. So please consider, if you have an Amazon Prime account, doing it for your, doesn't have to be me, but just make sure it's for somebody. It saves Amazon having the money. So it's clearly turning on this. So it's not a power issue. We know it's not a power issue. So we'll try and turn it off, and we'll turn it back on. Exceedingly warm, but I think that's because it's caught in a boot loop. We are getting a flashing caps lock light. And caps lock is on, keyboard's just lit up, and I bet no, we've not got that. Oh no, it's coming back on. Do you know what I will do is I'll pull it up on I'll pull it up on power supply, so we can see what is happening, because it might be it could be power related, but it's doubtful with it coming up as that. But at least we'll be able to see together. And we're on a Lenovo, which is that one there. Go. That in there. Oh, I'll get the power supply on. Turn on, and desktop. And desktop, I see my power supply working, which is that one. Another one. I think it is. Yes, 15th at 5th. So now it's me. That's the wrong one. I've got several on here. It's the other one. That's me FMB. That's FMB. That's me. PC repairs. Morning. Hello.
Okay, dokie, no problem at all. I'm in anyway. I've got a couple of other people coming, but I will be in, Barry. All right, we'll see you soon. Thanks, bye-bye.
Right, so I'm just trying to find my, because I'm doing a disk clone, I can't bring my normal desktop up, so I'm just trying to do it through Explorer. Digital multimeter, that's that one there, that's that one there. Why can't I find my USB meter? Oh, it's hiding at the bottom, that's why. Well, it's better if you scroll down, doesn't it, you nugget? Heavy load. Can't find my power supply meter for screen. Oh, there it is. No, it's not that one. That one doesn't work. Just going to have to see if I can get to. Yes. There we go. Just hoping it didn't interfere with my my USB. Get that one back up. Here we go. That's that one. No, why is that not coming up? I am absolutely bewildered now to why that is not. Loading. Aha, there we go. Port number 3, I think it's on. Connect. Yes, and on. Yeah, that'll do. Wonderful. Right, we should have now on OBS, we should have our power meter showing, which is there. Done. So we've got power meter up here. So at least we can start. Let's have a look how we are. See if this has got any issues with power. So we'll get this plugged in and get this turned on. We're using the Lenovo charger. So if we keep an eye out up here and flick it on, we've got 1.8 amps straight away. That's a lot of pre-charge. That's a lot of current there. That is, I mean, we're taking 3 amps. What? I've just got somebody at the door, guys. 1 minute. Okay. Right. Back onto that screen there. Yeah, we are pulling quite high ampage on that one, current on that one. Get the multimeter rigged up as well. Can you see how organised I am today? Not. Port 6 connect. I'm going to get a multimeter showing. Yes. Yeah, So we've got multimeter showing as well, and we've got brilliant. Oh, I thought of streaming his chair. Mookie, hello, not seen you in a while, Mookie. Not seen you in a chair in honour of Ozzy now. Morning, Ronnie. Good morning, Ronnie, and morning, Mookie as well. How's the Pilates going, Mookie? Still on with that? It is drinking an awful lot, but can you see what it's doing up there? It's actually fluctuating an awful lot as well. I've got a current limit set on the power supply of 8.5 amps, so I am certainly not hitting my current limit. But that seems extraordinarily high, and we are. Let's try that on a bigger charger, because you can vary the. This is a charge emulator box. So this will emulate a HP, Dell or Lenovo charger. I've used this quite a lot on stream, but I will just show anybody who's not familiar with this. So you select the manufacturer. I'm getting shot, which there you go. So I've got it set to Lenovo, and you've got Dell and HP on there. And then the other side, you can select what wattage of charger you want it to emulate. So we're on Lenovo, so I've set it to a 170 watt charger, which is the biggest one it'll emulate. So yeah. What amperage setting is on the power supply? It's strange that it goes from 3 amps to 1 amp in a loop. Yeah, it is. I have got on my power supply, I've got a can't change that. I've got 19.7 volts and 8.5 amp set as a current limit. And I've got my over voltage and over protection set to 22 volts and 10 amps currently. So yeah, I've certainly got enough in there. If I show you on that screen there, and I drag this one across. So that's what I've currently got set. So I've set 19.7, only because by the time it goes through, it's about 19.5. By the time my little box has took a little bit. 8.5 amp as my maximum current. It's a 30 amp supply. So I've got bags of ampage there if needed. Then I've got my over current set on here as 22 volts and 10 amp over current. So I've certainly got enough set with that. I've not had a chance to update latest software yet, Max. I have got it. I just haven't had a chance to update with working late last night. So it is a little bit strange how it's kind of cycling. Not had broadband for a week. Went to Pilates yesterday, but my back not great. At least 2 days slouching, perhaps. Of course, yeah. But the thing is, with that, Mookie, more Pilates you do, better it'll get. That's the reality behind that. But it does seem to be cycling this. Yeah, just going back to this, it does seem a little bit weird how it's cycling up and down and up and down, up and down, like there's a power supply or something. Just let me text this customer. That one's set off now. That one there. Payment showing. See you soon. Right, they're coming. Yeah, it just seems strange how it's cycling up and down constantly. And I'm not hitting a power limit on the supply. That's very, very, very weird. But anyway, let's try turning it on. It's going to 0 when I turn it on, which is even more strange. Power button. We have a flashing caps lock light. We've got a static caps lock light now. We're still getting that all over the place. That is bizarre. Let me just knock this down to a lower, because I think this would only probably come with a keep an eye on the caps lock light here. I'm powering it now. See, it's popping up to 3 amps up here and back down to 1.5. And we have a flash on the caps locks, but nothing like an error code. I don't think it is. We set it a static 1.5 moving around, so it is doing something. We've got one flash. That's strange, because the computer's getting hot. Physically can feel the heat coming through here. We've got a slow flash on caps lock, and every now and again the microphone will flash as well. Can you just see that on camera? Try a hard reset on this. And the good thing about Lenovo's is that we've got a reset button on the back. I think this is not a reset button. I think this might be the diagnostic button. Where's the diagnostic button on the side of these? I can never remember. They have them in different places. Yeah, it looks like that is that's the diagnostic button for getting into the diagnostic BIOS. Let's see what impact that has. So keep an eye on the current. Press and hold, press and hold, press and hold, press and hold. Keep it held down for 5 seconds. Let go. Right, it doesn't seem to be wanting to go through to any boot cycle. But it is a different, now that's a different current draw to what it was doing before. It's only 25 watts. So we're well under the 90 watts I've got it set to on the actual thing. So it's reacting to power button, which is good, which means EC chip's working, which means keyboard's working. Just give it a second, see if anything comes up. Tries to start but cuts out. Try disconnecting the battery. Yeah, it's going to be next thing. I mean, the reset button on the back should reset it off that one. So I am wondering. I think I put him in 2 terabyte drive in this about a year ago, and then he brought it back about 2 months ago because he had a similar issue to this. And all I did was press the reset button. And it took me, I don't know, 4 or 5 minutes whilst he was stood here, and we pressed that and it worked. Do you know what this is like? It's like there's a BIOS issue on this. We have all the grandkids. Oh my gosh! How many grandkids is that? Is that multiples, as in double figure? Oh God, that is so hot. So hot. How many children are we talking there? Yeah, it did. That's how it was when the customer brought it. It was stuck on the logo. So let's try disconnect. It's still running. It's really hot. Fans aren't particularly that bad. Let me get that out. Right, so we are now disconnected. I mean, there's a bit of fluff in the fan, but nothing which is going to stop it operating. There is 2 drives he's got in. He's got a 2 terabyte Crucial, I think it is, and he's got his original. I don't know what size that is. I can't see size on it. I suppose if that's failing, that could cause it to hang as it's trying to post. Let's just check, see if there's any. Oh, there's another customer. Yes, dog. Yes, dog. Another customer just pulled up, so I will have to get the door in a tick. Just check his BIOS battery. Right. You're going to have to excuse me a minute, gents, because I have somebody here. So it's an elderly lady who's come for her laptop. Just give me 1 second. Good morning.
Hello. Sorry not to ring in advance.
No,
but
it's
I,
it's okay. I am just live streaming on YouTube at the moment.
oh, right.
So you're going to be an internet sensation if you want to come in. But you're more than welcome to take a seat. Only thing I would say is please do not swear, like Davina used to say on Big Brother, and we don't reveal any personal information like where we live or his names. So we keep it all secret. But they're a friendly bunch. They will say hello. I will just get your computer. Yours is the laptop, isn't it? Okay, if I can squeeze in. So have you ever been on TV before?
Hello.
Well, if you turn around and look at that camera there, you are now live on YouTube. We've got one over there. We're live on YouTube there at the moment. So there we go.
Yes, I can
We-
see myself on there.
Yeah, that's what's being transmitted. So we are transmitting to the world. So there we go. We get some interesting characters. We had a gentleman a couple of months back who had invented, body armor, what soldiers wear,
Yeah.
Kevlar.
Yes,
Kevlar.
yes.
He'd invented the actual one better than Kevlar, what SAS and everything used. And he came in and he had half an hour with us and answered some questions and whatnot. Really interesting guy. So we get some interesting people. So yours is now all working.
Oh, right, great.
And not a problem at all. So you're going to have to set up like a new computer, like I was explaining to you.
Right. Yeah.
And obviously your data, if it is up in the cloud, you're going to have to put your cloud data back on. So when I say set up like a new computer, like we discussed yesterday, connect it back to your Wi-Fi or your internet,
Yeah.
printers, install any software you got. Because it was completely gone, I couldn't see anything that it had on there.
Yeah.
So obviously it's been fully reset, but it is all working. There's one account on there which is an admin account, but you can create other accounts if you so wish. Okay, but other than that, treat it like a brand new computer.
Right.
So that's
Okay.
all. There's not a great deal else to kind of.
All right outside.
She'll go and sunbathe, yeah. Here, Maddie,
What's her name? Oh, Addie.
Maddie,
Maddie.
Maddie.
Hello, baby.
Or
Hello.
if she's wants a Sunday name, it's Madison.
Yeah.
She thinks everybody comes to see her. Nobody
Oh,
comes to bring
I have
computers to
one
me.
like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody
yeah,
comes to
well.
see me. Everyone comes to see her. I actually get people now coming to come and see her. So that's another customer ringing. So other than that, as you can see, it is all working. But nothing on there. You're just gonna have to set it up like a new machine. So we will press close on that one, and we will press close on that one. Shut down. You took your charger home, didn't you? I gave you your charger
Yes,
back.
yes,
yeah,
that's
brilliant.
in there.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
we'll shut that down. Do
In the bag, love.
you want me to put this in the bag for you,
Yes,
Maddie?
yes.
Bed. Go on, bed.
She's all right. She's all right.
She'll
I've
get
got
in the
mine
way.
coming home. She's been in hospital.
Oh, why? What's up with her?
With a friend.
There we go.
Well, she's a whippet,
Oh, right. Okay.
and she was running with some other dogs,
Mm.
and we don't know what she did. She sort of came back with one
Yeah.
foot in the air,
Oh dear.
and then we took her to the vets, and they said, "Oh no, it's
Oh.
it's
Well,
a
she's
hospital operation thing."
yeah, we nearly lost her last year. She's only coming up to 4 this year, but we nearly lost her last year because she's got something called Labrador collapsing syndrome. So when they get to about 2 to 2.5 years of age, some dogs in their genetics and the DNA can't regulate their own temperature. So when they exercise, they can't dispel the heat and regulate it, and they go into seizure and fits. And it looked like she were drunk. And she were all over everything like this because she's a high mileage dog. She's really active. She goes cycling with me and running with me. But now she's really on bed rest all the time. If it's warm like this,
Yeah.
it is a very, very steady warm. Even in winter, I can only throw a ball maybe half a dozen times because you just never know that extra one might put a temperature over and she'll die.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, but yeah, three and a
I've got to-
half
I've
grand.
got to watch Katie for the next 8 weeks
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
because she's supposed to be in a cage with a buster collar on. And I
Oh.
just can't. I can't do that to
No.
her anymore.
No,
So,
no.
the vet say, "Well, she needs to be in a cage." I think, yes, it's all right, but
Yeah.
try putting you in a cage.
Yeah.
for
Well, some people might like it.
My little dog is on steroids.
Is it? What muscle building?
No, he's got bad skin complaint.
Oh, right. Yeah.
He's always scratching, licking, making himself very sore.
Right.
And this is his third course of steroids
Right.
to try and stop him.
Well, one of my customers is a vet who used to look after my other 2 dogs when I had them. And one of them had skin irritation, and they said 90% of all skin problems with dogs are traced through the food. So he got me to keep trying food and run the food for a month and see if it cleared up. If it didn't, try a different food. And I ended up trying about 7 or 8 different types of food. Got it, cleared up, never had another problem. Because some of them put chemicals or additives and things like that in it.
Yes.
That's the
They're
trouble.
all on kibble, all on dry food,
Yeah.
and it was just trying different brands. But he said don't go for the same brands at the same price point, because generally they're made in the same factories.
Yeah.
He says try different brands in different price points, and the one we settled on was a really cheap one. They were eating Beta, which is about 40 quid a bag, if you know what Beta is, and they settled on Tesco's 15 kilo bag of food for about 8 quid. And I said, but this is terrible stuff. He went, if it's all right, it's all right for him.
Yeah.
So both of them at that, and she's on that as well, because she's sick with anything other than that. I've got to be really careful with her, yeah. But
Poor baby.
Well,
Yeah.
as long as you'll eat anything.
she'll have a go at it, but she's just ill. Yeah, she's just ill. And I've tried really expensive stuff. I've tried organic stuff, tried all sorts, because that. And then I thought, well, I'll just try cheap stuff. Absolutely fine, not cheap stuff,
Yeah.
but it's got a lot of carbohydrates in, so it rots the teeth. So that's the only downside of that. But
Right,
anyway.
I need to give you some money.
So yeah, all taken care of. So, but yeah, just set it up like a new computer, treat it as such, and you won't go far wrong with that.
Right, okay. Happy. Thanks very much.
No worries at all. Have a good day.
Yes.
Well, we're going
Enjoy-
shopping now.
Oh, is it all right? I've got mine to do on Sunday. Sundays is my shopping day. Creature of
Oh.
habit and routine, me.
Well, probably better than a Saturday, isn't it?
Yes, probably better than Saturday. So, just mind the double step as you go down.
Right.
Okay, thanks
And
very much.
mind all the stuff which is littered on floor as well. It's like Krypton Factor trying to get out of there, I tell you.
You mind the step.
He's going backwards, him. He's a skilled professional.
He is, isn't he?
He is tightrope walker in his former life.
I wish.
Right, see you later. Take care.
Okay,
Bye-bye now.
mate, Thank you.
Sorry about that. Oh, one of the things when we work for ourselves, we have customers coming and going. As you are aware, what a lovely lady. What a lovely lady. I wish all customers was as pleasant as her. Don't mind spending time with the nice ones. Oh, where were we on here? Crikey. Yeah, Maddie's definitely come to see them all as well. Remove the RAM. Try. Yeah, I'll do all this. Battery is just below 3, so battery could be a little bit low. So we will disconnect the battery, and I'm gonna take both these drives out as well, just so we start stripping a few things down, and then we'll rebuild it with bits in, just to see if anything is triggering it when we do it. So I'll take both these drives out, because if it is catching. It is caught in some type of post loop rather than boot loop, because it can't activate one of the hardwares. That could be what it is. So we'll leave this RAM in for the time being. Customer just leaving. So we have, what? Oh, we don't need to replace this. Look at that for a piece of RAM. 32GB PC4. I bet that's not a cheap piece of RAM today, that. Not a cheap piece of RAM at all. I think I've only ever supplied, I had a customer wanting 32GB RAM. I had one who wanted 64GB of RAM, 264s, and at the time I couldn't get hold of them. Wow, I don't know what's on it. I take it he must work in some type of industrial environment, because, let me pull this up on microscope. If we have a look at his, it will come on in a second. If we have a look at his speaker, look at all the metal filings stuck on his speaker here. Can you see a pile of metal filings there? Get that in the bin. I would imagine the other one's going to be similar. But they're vibrating its nugget off when he plays any type of sound. The other one's similar, not quite as bad, but we have OpenReach outside, which is the UK supplier of. They look after all the telecommunications cabling for residential and commercial, for broadband and whatnot. So I hope they're not going to interfere with broadband. So we, excuse me, we'll get back onto that one there. Reset the BIOS. I'm going to leave BIOS battery out. I'm going to leave the battery out, and I'm going to try and post it now. So only thing we've got in is a stick of RAM, and we'll see if we are getting the same response through. So keep an eye out on the current meter. So I've got a bit of 3.5 amp. No, 189. Well, there we go. So bear in mind, we ain't got a battery connected, and we are pulling. It's because it is trying to boot. So because the battery was disconnected, it's going into there. That seems to be stuck at quite a high 1.3 amps. And not really doing a great deal else. Let's see if it responds to power button. It's responding to power button, but turning it off, which is okay by me. On again. Yeah, BT's are bound to be wrong. They came the other day. If anybody was on the stream last week, I think it was, I said that we got workmen outside because they were digging the road up because the power had gone off to the street. Well, that turned out that OpenReach had been to fit somebody's fibre optical cable and cut through the main electrical cable for the street. Well, bearing in mind the electrical cable for the street is probably, I don't know, 15, 20 centimetres across. How the hell they cut through that when cable they're doing its same thickness as your finger? I do not know. Press caps locks. Caps locks is not responsive, but it was flashing a few seconds ago. Yes. Granddaughter heard the dog barking, so she's screaming out. Oh. It could be overheating. I don't think it is overheating, if I'm being honest, because that is getting warm, but I can touch it, I can hold it. I mean, I wouldn't want to hold it for more than probably that length of time, because that is now burning my hand. So that's probably about 60 degrees, I would say. There is quite a bit of ventilation here, but the fans would be spinning if it was overheating continually. I'm leaning towards a BIOS problem as well. Yeah, it probably is an 11th gen CPU in here. I've always got a great way with customers. Thank you, James. I do try. I do think it might need. It doesn't beep. a bit without. Oh, yeah, that's the thing. Let's have a look, see if there's a change of state. So let's take memory out. So if it take memory out and do this, because there's no onboard memory, so we've now got no memory. If we're pulling the same current draw, we know it's probably either a BIOS problem or a board issue, and that's because it isn't even going to the post process to read there's an error or missing RAM. See the logic? Because obviously it'll go through several checks. You press the power button, it'll do this, do this, do this, do this, and RAM will be sat here. So if it's not going to give us a change of state on current or anything else, after we've kind of made a stop with RAM, it means it's prior to that issue. So we'll plug that back in. We've got the same 190, which is the LDO and whatnot coming on. We've now got a beep. We have got a beep code, which is good. Is it Lenovo where you can download the app and it'll tell us what the beep code means? I would imagine the beep code's telling us that the RAM's not working. So DDR4 RAM. Let's try another piece. I think it is Lenovo. We do that. So we've got 8 gig of DDR4. Stick a bit of DDR4 in here. It's 8 gig of DDR4, and let's see if it does anything different. Let's hope it's not his RAM. Give it a few seconds because BIOS battery is unplugged. I'm just watching up here. It is actually more current than last time. With that other RAM, it was only 1.38, I think, 1.38, 1.4. So it is doing something different. It is still processing. That's better. But we were doing this before. We've got a picture. Looks like it might be his RAM. Yeah, battery is removed. I have left it disconnected, so it's got to train each time. Here you go. It's now posting. Probably didn't see it here, but it did post to an error code up here. There you go. So we've got a Lenovo picture again. Get that light out. There you go. And it's basically coming up with an error code up here. So it looks like it could be RAM. Yeah, the BIOS would. You're right on that one, Max. The BIOS wouldn't have happened. But as I say, with now, like I was saying, with taking the RAM out, we'd kind of isolated the section before the post. The system checks had got to the RAM, and then it would stop there. So we can see that it was a RAM issue on there. So let's leave that 8 GB in for a second. Hopefully, 32 GB amp failed because he uses a lot of RAM. Plug his BIOS battery back in. Plug his normal battery back in, and we'll see if we can get into the. Let's see if we can get into the BIOS. So we probably get a pre-charge here with LDO and everything turning on. Maybe I can repair the RAM. Yeah, what he did show me when he came, he says, look, he says, I'm looking at this one. He says, because this one's becoming unreliable. And he's seen himself to have the latest generation of Intel processor. I can't remember which one it was. 2 terabyte SSD and 64 gigabytes of RAM. And it was 2,800 quid, I think it was, the laptop he showed me on his phone. He said, what do you think to that? I said, it's a nice laptop. I said, but I wouldn't be spending that on a laptop. I'd be looking at spending no more than 1,500 quid because the same issue will go. So we have got a charge current there. We'll just try and turn it on. So it's turned off. Power it on. My doorbell is ringing. Oh, I've got somebody at the door. Hello, you're right. Come on in. Oh, should put that.
don't know what the hell I'm doing with it.
Right.
But well, it's not Windows, is it? I don't think it's Windows.
Like the Chromebook, which is Google.
Yeah, Google.
Is it a Google Chromebook?
Yeah.
Okay, you might find it a bit more restrictive to what you're used to on Apple, but Apple's quite restrictive anyway. But it should do everything what most people need it to do, just in a slightly different manner. The good thing about it, they tend to operate really quick and really power efficient to Chromebooks. What you can run into is needing any third-party software. If you specifically want to do one type of application, you might not necessarily be able to put it in Chromebook because you're locked down by Google. But yeah, for most people, they're more than adequate for surfing internet and stuff like that.
Well, it's just I just keep my banking on it.
Mm.
That's all. Speak to my sons in America.
All right.
Just do that on Google or something.
That'd be Google Workplace or something like that. They use that.
Meet.
Google Meet, is it? Yeah.
And that's all it's there for, really. So
Yeah. Hey, if it works, if it ain't broke, don't fix it sort of scenario, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, I gave up work about 10 years ago, so there's no need for it. I used to use it a lot on work.
Yeah.
But I'm just retired now, so it's just
Feet up and vacuuming, that's all I think I've got lined up for retirement. A bit of gardening thrown in for good measure.
Yeah.
But I'm working towards that day.
You'll never retire, will you? You've got so much.
Do you know what? I always think to myself, because I always had a plan, I want to retire in about 2 or 3 years' time. I don't think that's going to happen. But I always think, do you know, because I enjoy what I do, I would probably always keep my hand in.
Yeah.
And I think there's such a demand, because I've done it in this area for 30 years now. I think even on my 80th birthday, people probably still ring me and say, "Can you just
unplug me this and take me back? Take that out and put that in."
Because vast majority of mine are referrals or existing customers, but I'm just hoping it slows down rather than speeds up just the amount of work.
Yeah, as long as there's a bit of work there, you get a bit of income.
Yeah. I was saying yesterday, did 26 jobs yesterday in a day, which is just, you wind clock back sort of 10 years ago, and that were a month.
Yeah.
It's crazy how it's kind of moved on.
Yeah.
But yeah, don't get any easier. It gets a little bit more challenging, but still is always fun.
Yeah.
Just long days.
The thing is, if people like me, you switch it on and it works. You switch it on and it don't work. You like it.
I think the thing is, things are a lot more reliable now, so a lot less things break. But when they do break, they're generally a bit more complex to repair. But it's good that reliability is getting there, because it doesn't cost the end consumer. The downside is a lot of manufacturers build obsolescence in them. So like TVs, for example, they're kind of designed to last a length of time. Washing machines and stuff like that are exactly the same.
They'll be able to build in a little clock, so as soon as your 2-year guarantees expired, it's gone.
There's a guy on YouTube who's actually kind of taken a big kind of revolt against it all, the right to repair and so on. And he's in the white goods space, so washing machines, things like that. And what he's saying is, these manufacturers now have built in certain things which have made them impossible to repair, and they know that this component will only last under normal use 16 to 18 months. So it's outside your manufacturer's guarantee, it's outside this and everything else. So they're designed to break after that. So you then go back and say, how much is it going to cost to repair? Well, it's going to be 350 quid. Or you can have a new washer, for example, for 400. Well, most people go, it's outside me 12 months and do that, because they forget about the consumer protection. But it's the wrong thing. But it happens with laptops and things like that. Not as much, but there's some things which should be a bit easier to repair and then make it a bit hard. Apple, for example, are notoriously bad for it, because they don't release any schematics or chip diagrams and things like that. So it's a lot harder. It's just really annoying when you look at yours, for example, which is in most parts an uneconomical repair, and it would be a shame, like some people do, they'd literally take it home and put it in the bin and it just get buried in land, and it just rots there where there's a lot of raw commodities. So at least if it's choose not to repair it, it can live to fight another day and another, whether it's a Coca-Cola can or part of a car or somebody's mobile phone or even a set of set of glasses or whatever they make
Things
out
that
of
are
recycled
in
goods.
Africa and somebody else's.
Yeah, yeah. Well, as I say, your data's destroyed, so it's just the raw commodities, you know, the metals and whatnot. But yeah, your data itself, because your drive had failed, it were all gone anyway, and now it's snapped in two. It's impossible.
Yeah.
Impossible. You could give it to CIA and they won't even be able to get it back. It's not one of these where they can sellotape it back together and use it. So yeah, that's all gone for you.
Right. Okay. Well, thanks for your time.
No
anyway.
worries at all.
Thanks for your help.
No worries at all.
When this laptop goes, I know where to bring it.
You do, and hopefully I won't be retired sat on beach sunning myself at the time.
So do you remember me?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Okay.
But yeah, any problems with it, let us know. Okay.
Yeah. Thanks very much.
I'm going to get back to doing this one.
Okay.
All right.
do it, yeah. Thank you.
All right, see you later. Take care. Bye bye now. I'm going to get my dog in. Did she go that way or that way?
I don't know which way she went.
No, she's in house. She's in here.
Okay. thank
See you later, Barry. Ta-da. Right, that's the last one for this morning. Let's have a look. CMOS battery, expensive one to fix with the RAM sticks. Yeah, maybe you can repair the RAM. Is this a P series Lenovo? I will have a look, James. It is a ThinkPad. It is, cannot read that at all on the back because it's well used. It is a ThinkPad X1 Extreme. So an X1 Extreme, that's the actual range it is. Oh, there we go. X1 Carbon, it's the Extreme, yeah. Same motherboard P1 model, yeah. Grandad, it is grandparenting duties today then, Ronnie. Savour it, savour every moment, because, you know, when they get too old and they don't want their grandparents, and they don't want to sit on your knee, they don't want to listen to stories, they don't want to go into the garden, they don't want to go for a walk, you'll look back on the day. I look back on the day with my daughter, and I'm sure everyone with children probably look back on this day when they get too old and you just think, I wish they were that age. I retired at 50 and still do private work. I think I probably would, in fairness, Steve. I mean, I'm a lot older than 50, and I certainly feel a lot older than 50. I think I would probably still do what I do and enjoy. If I'm enjoying what I do, I would probably still do what I do. But it's a bit like YouTubing. I do this because of the community, not because I'm doing this. I do computers because I love doing it, and I'm fortunate with that. I do YouTube because of the community. So they're the two things which I enjoy, and that's why I do computers, because I enjoy computers, and I do YouTube for the community. Not because I believe I can give back to the community. It's a selfish thing. I get more from you guys than you get from me. I'll tell you that now. I get the interaction and everything else, which is the bit why I do it. Because if not, apart from customers, I don't really see anybody. But streaming, you get to see people. So we'll just post that again. I can't remember what stage I were at, but we'll post that. So we'll turn that back on. We've got illuminated keyboard. I'm hoping that we get. I've put battery in, haven't I? Come on. Ooh, gone again. So it's not RAM. Oh no. Yeah, no. It did something then. Is it just working its way through? Is it training? I don't think this is RAM. We've got fan spin, so it is coming on. Caps lock is unresponsive. Power button is unresponsive. I'm getting no difference in current draw. Yeah, so the one that he'd seen, it does something in automotive design or something like that, what he was telling me. So he doesn't need high end, but he needs a good laptop. I wonder if it's his battery which is causing it, because now we've put things back in, we're now getting a different thing. So let's disconnect his battery and see if we get a different change of state.
Got batteries disconnected, so we certainly won't be drawing any charge off that. So the only thing we've got different to when it was working before now is the BIOS batteries connected. So LDO. Not even responding to power button now. Yeah, not even responding to power button. Hold it down for 10 seconds. Right. Not even responding to that. That's... Let's put that back in. So we've got LDO coming on. A bit lower than I would think it should be. I would have thought that should have been about 100 milliamps rather than... Yeah, not even responding to power button now. That's get that out. One stick of RAM in. BIOS battery is out and it's doing this. I wonder if it's because BIOS battery is low. Let me see if I've got a spare BIOS battery to... I don't normally keep these type in, so I might just have to... Oh, I've got one there. Don't know the voltage on it. Might just need to make one if I haven't got one. There's a temporary solution. A couple. Let me just try both of those and see what voltage we've got in those. 1.4. Still not come on though. Caps lock is still dead. Change that RAM out into other slot. So we've got 3200 megahertz DDR4 because that was 24 and I took 32 out. 4 gigabytes, 3200. And I'm going to try it in second slot just in case there's an issue with that slot there. Let's try in that slot. BIOS battery out, main battery out, power out. Plug that in. Keyboard did illuminate. And it looks like it's going through some power cycling up here. Sticking at 1.4. But power button's working now. That's puzzling because it looks like now it's frozen and it looks like a frozen BIOS issue now. Ooh. Right, so there's my electrician coming tomorrow, so I need to do that on there. Oh, wait, I've got a missed call. Oh no. Let me just ring this. Let me ring this customer. Hello, I've got a missed call from you. How can I help? Ah, right, okay. That's a brilliant descriptive way of putting it. Building a computer into an awesome beast. Okay.
Is it a screw on the back, or is it a screw near? Is it a screw near the hinge where the hinge would go for the screen? Yeah, yeah. What actually snaps is little support pegs inside, and it'll be the support one of the support pegs which have snapped. There's repairs you can do to it, but without actually buying a new bottom case, which is probably nigh on impossible to get. I mean, there might be one, but chances are there's probably not. You're looking at some type of repair. Now, normally there's 2 or 3 screws in there, so if it is moving fully, chances are it snapped all the pegs in there as well. And the hinge is metal, and again, chances are it's near a circuit board or the power adapter or something like that. So I would say don't use it until it's looked at. Because if he is moving it about and it's near the power rail, it can short the power rail out and do nasty things. And the last thing you want is other things going wrong with it until it is looked at. Now the so you're more than welcome to give me a call then, and then we can book it in. But until that, I can't look at it until that for you. Sorry. Yeah, but again, I would say if you can avoid using it, certainly opening and closing it, because that's going to put more stress on it. And if it is touching one of the boards, what you don't want the metal hinge to do, because it'll be all the bits which are taking the strain now, and they are incredibly stiff. If it starts damaging other boards and things in there, you're into a big world of pain as such. So yeah, if you want to give me a bell then, and then we can get that slotted in, booked in, and hopefully get that sorted out for him. It is, yeah. Well, I don't actually do bookings as such, but it's just to let me know that you're coming in. Really, that's I work on a first come first serve basis, so it's literally you give me a call, excuse me, and as long as I've not fallen over and broke my leg or something like that, let's not tempt fate, but yeah, it's just a case of just letting me know that you're coming in, then we can get that slotted in, and at least I can know to expect. So yeah, just give me a call then, and we'll sort it out from there. Yeah, give me a call that day. Yeah. I should, depending on the workload, have that done in 1 or 2 working days, I would have thought. But when you bring it, I'll have a look while you're here, and I'll explain to you exactly what can be done and can't be done, and how it's going to look. Because it's not going to look like factory. You will see the repair, but it will be a case of a repair to make it functional rather than a repair to make it look aesthetically pleasing. Yeah. So, but yeah, just tinkle then, and we'll sort it out for you. No worries at all then. No worries at all. Have a good day. See you later. Bye. Sorry, gents. Oh, just doing that. It could be memory control in CPU chip. Yeah, it could be that. Try power cycle without RAM. Let's try that one now. Can't remember what we're doing. Oh yeah, so we just left. It's stuck at 1.47. There's no point looking for a heat signature. CPU is absolutely burning hot, 60 odd degrees out. I can hold it for, I don't know, 5 seconds. I won't want to go any higher than that. So I think this will give us a beep code when we do this. That was a customer who I had built a awesome gaming beast machine for, as she called it, for her son. Right, we're getting the beep, 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 beep. I don't like speakers on here, but I'll see if I can keep quiet and so you can hear it. Probably can't hear that, but there is a tone coming out. So again, it's recognising it that it's got no RAM in there. I don't think all pieces of RAM will be at fault. Let's power it with RAM. We have caps lock, keyboard light is illuminated. Caps locks is difficult to see, but caps locks was illuminated just then. I have another customer here. Who the heck is this?
don't know. This is it. Oh, I know this is. This is just a collection. Just maybe 1 second. Let me grab the door, guys. This is a collection. Hello. You all right?
Yeah, you.
Yeah, good. Thank you. I will just grab it for you. Oh yes, Maddie, they've come to see you. Go say hello. Only if there's one for me. You can. I would say, if possible, if you can break it in half if you're feeling really strong. Mainly because she doesn't have biscuits, she doesn't have treats at all. So, but you've got to make her work for it.
Oh, have you?
Yeah. I would say,
I've got a knife on me.
give it at all.
I'll cut it.
No, give it at all.
Please
It's fine.
do it.
Yeah, make her sit and then
Sit.
tell her to hold it.
Hold this.
Yeah.
Hold.
Hold it.
Hold.
Yeah. Hold it. You've got to put it in her mouth and she'll hold it. Hold it.
You don't want it.
It's because I have to hold it. Hold it.
Oh,
Hold it. She will give you it back as well if you ask for it.
no.
Leave it. Leave it. Leave it.
Oh.
Lay down. She went, lay down. Lay down. Lay down. Lay down.
But Martin, I've got it.
I know. Roll over. Roll over. Roll up. No, she's not going to do because we've got things. Go on then. Take it to your bed. Take it to your bed. Come on. Take it to your bed. Good. So, right. That is all yours. So you understand what I've done with that.
Yeah.
Karen,
There is an update which is causing it to fail.
Yeah.
So the updates are still showing there, and the updates will cause it to fail again. So what I've done, I've blocked the updates coming through. Hopefully Microsoft don't do something which will force it to go through. I can't really do anything about it if they do. If it does happen and you get onto that blue screen again, ring me because I have found a way of getting around that now for you. But I can't say it's going to work up 100% of the time.
Right.
So you might get away with it 10 times, you might get away with it once, you might get away with it 100 times if it does do that. But hopefully what I've done to block the updates coming through will stop it happening.
Right.
If it doesn't, we might have to go through that other thing. But I think it's probably now because Microsoft keep on pushing updates out and older hardware is now struggling a little bit more. HP aren't supporting that. So there's a conflict what Microsoft are doing, what HP are doing, and they're just not. Go on outside. They're doing all that. So I think that's what it is. So I think if it's going to be a repeat offender, it might then start thinking about let's have a look at another machine.
Right.
Something a bit newer. But it's a shame because it's such a robust, good machine.
I like it because you can go like that on screen. I
Yeah.
get a lot of pictures.
Yeah.
People send.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
I can see it.
I get that entrenched in doing it on my phone, you know. I'll get laptops and I'll go like that on screen at laptop and it's not even touch screen. It's like, oh no, I'll do that.
Can I
So,
just ask you
yes.
before I go, because you keep asking me about, have you backed your data up?
yes.
Is there a quick way of me backing data up, like just a couple of clicks, and instead of like having to copy everything over file after file, or
You can download backup software.
Yeah.
How reliable it is, I wouldn't like to put my house on it.
right.
Mainly because I know some companies who use it and then they'll ring me and they'll go, oh, it's backup software we thought which were running isn't
Right.
running. Because once you've set it, you forget about it because you
Of course
think
you
it's
do,
going to
'cause you
work.
think it's just going to do it.
In then 6 months' time, it's not backed it up and then you're in
Deep
up that.
down.
Yeah. So I would always say do it manually.
Right.
So if you've got anything like OneDrive, Dropbox, Google Drive, or anything like that,
Yeah.
Google Drive, I think you get 15 gigabytes free. OneDrive, you get 5. I only use the free one on OneDrive. If you want something even bigger, Microsoft or Copilot 365, which is Office, if you get there,
I've got Office.
right,
Yeah.
if you buy the annual subscription one,
I have, yeah, it's a family one.
yeah, I think you'll, I'm not too sure what you get with family. It should be 1 terabyte, so that's
Right.
more than enough. So you can on OneDrive then tell it which folders to back up automatically.
Right.
So just bear in mind, whilst it's called a backup, it
Yeah.
really isn't a backup, it's a mirror.
Right, yeah.
So whatever you do on your computer affects the cloud because you're actually working on that file.
Yeah.
So if you do delete it, it'll have gone anyway. But the
Yeah.
beauty is if your computer blows up, it's up in the cloud. So it does protect you against that,
Right.
but it don't protect you against deleting things and
Right.
it will actually go into a recycle bin, so it does to some degree. But just remember, a bit like your phone, it's a
Yeah,
mirror of your phone rather than a backup of your phone.
course.
Because what I got with a lot of people initially, they'd back it up to iCloud on the phone, for example, then they'd delete all the photos off the phone, thinking they were freeing space up, and then they couldn't understand where all the photos had gone.
Yeah.
And all it does is mirror.
Just me.
rather than backup.
So it might be better with something physical as well.
I would say 321 is your key.
Yeah.
So 3 copies of your data
Yeah.
on 2 different media sources and 1 kept off site.
Yeah.
So you'd keep one on your computer,
Yeah.
in the cloud, and on a portable hard drive.
Yeah.
That would cover all 3 bases on
Yeah.
that. Portable hard drives are probably going to set you back about £60 from mechanical one,
Yeah, if we went SSD.
about £80 to £90.
Right.
Go for SSD. It's well worth it. If you build it yourself, you'll buy a caddy for about £15 and you'll buy a disc for about £70 today. So, and that'll be a bit bigger than what you'd buy.
I think SSD is probably going to be more reliable, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah. Or you can go the other way. You can buy yourself a small NAS, which plugs into your router at home,
Yeah,
and it's your own personal backup cloud as such.
yeah.
And then you can automatically store it. The beauty of that is they generally a lot larger in capacity, so you can store everything on there. So family photos, videos, and things like that. And you can get them on your smart TV, on your tablet, on your iPhone,
Right.
on site, off site, because your own personal cloud. So there are other things, but they are a bit more expensive.
Right.
Your refurb ones from WD start at about £100 and odd.
Yeah.
So I've got a couple of those. They work exceptionally well.
Right.
Exceptionally well. But there are, as I say, a couple of different options for you.
Right.
But
Okay. I'll
golden
make
rule,
sure I do it.
just keep it backed up.
Yeah.
I have transferred it across, but yeah, just make sure you do it, and just good practice. Do it every Friday, do it every fortnight, do it every month, whatever you want to do it. Just make sure you do some of it.
Yeah.
Just do some of it. But again, if you've got things like OneDrive on your family account, that should be
Yeah.
putting stuff up to the cloud anyway for you.
Okay, lovely.
But certainly with yours, because there's that known issue now, let's
yes.
let's
I'll
just
get some
protect
orders
ourselves.
and get it sorted. I
Yeah,
think.
yeah, yeah.
Better to be safe than
If
sorry.
you are buying a solid state backup drive as well off place like Amazon, just don't buy the cheapest one you can find, mainly because there's a lot of counterfeit ones on Amazon.
Right.
And you'll look at one and it'll be a 1 terabyte drive and it'll be 90 quid. And then Ying Ping Pong, or whatever the name they make up today, because it'll be a Chinese spurious
It
name,
will be.
what they've made up. And they'll be selling one and they'll go, oh, 1 terabyte or 2 terabytes of storage, and you can have it for £13.99. You'll go, wow, that's really good value. And you'll get it and it'll say 2 terabytes. And when you open it, it's a 16 megabyte memory card, which they've altered BIOS on to make it look like 2 terabytes, and you don't really keep your data. So there's a lot of counterfeits out there,
Right.
even on
if I
places
got
like Amazon.
something branded and
Go for Samsung, Western Digital, somebody like that, who make it. And if you're buying a 1 terabyte, as I say, look between sort of £70 to £90, but prices might have changed a little bit because it's a while since I bought one.
okay.
But that's the kind of price bracket you need to be looking in. But go for a brand new you've heard of.
Yeah, it's better to do there, I think, isn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
but they're not very big. They look like, I'll show you what they look.
I used to have a word.
Look like that.
Yeah.
So what's actually in here? This is just one I made. Oh, can't get it. There you go. So you put your drive in here,
Yeah.
and you just put it in this caddy, and you fold that down, and then it just plugs into your computer. So that's completely solid state.
Yeah.
So they're super quick ones.
Fantastic.
So they're about £15 to £17, and then whatever cost of your drive is, so you can make it your own thing.
Right.
But if not, you
There's
can.
more good news.
Yeah.
Maddie's just told me she's not bothered for lunch today.
She's not bothered. Well, good. She won't be eating until tea time anyway.
She's
So-
enjoying that.
She is enjoying that. Do you know what? I have people who'll ring doorbell and I'll go, oh, I weren't expecting. We've only come to bring this fit dog.
Yeah.
And I'll go, oh, right, okay, then no problem at all. She gets Christmas cards and all sorts, I tell you.
Oh, bless her.
She absolutely loves it. She thinks everyone's come to see her.
She is lovely.
We
though,
have
isn't she?
really.
She's really,
Yeah, right, now it
she's
is.
really placid, isn't she? and
Yeah.
good-natured,
Yeah. Yeah, she always has been. Even from being a young pup,
Yeah.
at my other house, she'd just sit on grass outside the house and watch everyone come by. And
Wonderful,
she does the same here. She'll come out in the morning, she'll go see next door neighbours at next door but one, and then she'll go that way, and then she'll go over see them. And she's anybody who walks by, she'll go for a stroke.
Quite the socialite, huh?
Oh, everyone knows she's like the street dog. Yeah. And I stream on YouTube, and they all know we're on YouTube and everything else. It's crazy,
Oh, right,
absolutely
right.
crazy that she is well liked. She'll be
She's lovely,
she'll be like, you can come again though.
That was yummy. Yes, tail's going.
It is.
Satisfactory. That.
Well,
It is.
thank you very much for
Yeah,
your
thank
No
time
problem.
today.
I will get the invoice sent over to you.
Yeah.
I have
Said
got
there's
it.
no rush, so-
It will be this month. I'll just try and remember to do it before I go on my training. I'm going to try and get some paperwork done on over at weekend, so you might just get it banged over on weekend.
Don't worry.
But I will get it done for you, no problem at all.
Thank you
you,
very
Martin.
much.
No worries at all.
Take
Thank
care
you so
of
much. See you
yourself.
later. Bye bye. Maddie, come on in. Maddie, in. Come on. She was just checking. See you later. Sorry, guys. That's another one done. Oh, I think that is the last one. They just text me. Anyway, exclamation CMD rather than commands. CMD for Charlie Mike Delta, and that'll bring your commands list up. He's talking real old prices. Have they changed that much? Yeah, I did actually think as I was talking about it that prices might have changed an awful lot. Check with the DDR. I don't know where I've put them. I do not know where I've put my DDR testers. I did a review on them, and then that's a live stream right from the repair shop. It is. It is a live stream from a repair shop. It's, yeah, customers day in, day out, all day. They're a lovely, lovely customer as well. I've done 2 or 3 things from. They even brought Maddie a bone, one of the little chew bones, so she was just outside having that. But a lot of people do come to Seat Dog as well. A lot of people do come to Seat Dog to do that. How much are we looking at then for a 1 terabyte SSD storage device? I know Drives saying that I pay for sub brand, not dog poo ones, but sub brand. I'm paying about £80-90 for a 1 terabyte. So I can imagine actually about £120-130 and probably more. The mechanical drives will be about £60-ish. I would have thought on that. Yeah, AI's fault. Definitely. Right, let's get back onto this. What were I doing on here? See if I can find me my DDR testers. Oh, first box I've come to. Actually, no, these are socket testers. These are slot testers. That's a DDR5 and that's a DDR4. These are slot testers. Let's see what the slot tester says. So what this is, it's a bank of LEDs, and you can plug this into DDR4. I've got the DDR5 one. You can see DDR5, and we've also got for desktop as well. So we've got DDR5 desktop, and we've got that one on the floor, which is DDR4 desktop as well. I have done a review video on these. If you check out some of my VODs, you will see me do a review video on these. So what this should do, you'll get 3 stages of illumination on the LED lights. Each one of those an LED light. I have got a diagram kicking around somewhere, which will tell me what all these correspond to. Exclamation kitty. Soft kitty, warm kitty, little ball of fur. Happy kitty, sleepy kitty, purr, purr, purr. That should actually sing to us. I don't know why it's not singing. First time seeing one of these. Though shouldn't be surprising stuff like this is made. Yeah, these will test the slot. Now, where these all come into their own is the lights have 3 stages on them. They'll have a dim state, which is normal. They'll have a super bright state, which means it is shorted. And they'll have an off state, which means it's not connected. I think those are the 3 stages. So you're really wanting all the lights dim. If any of them are super bright, means we've got a short, which means we've got a problem. If any of them are off, we would then have to check the pins and have to do that. But it doesn't necessarily mean it's a fault. If it's off, it just means it might be a connection what's not necessarily used on this chipset, CPU, lane, or whatever. They have 2 ways you can orientate them, so you can put them in this way or that way, and that is because if the memory slot was upside down, we wouldn't be able to get it in because of the battery, so you can just spin it around and do that. So this one needs to go in that way. So battery's disconnected, BIOS battery's disconnected, close it down. And this one's not going all the way down, but what we can see on here is that they're actually all illuminated correctly. Some of them are a little bit dimmer on camera, but I'll tell you now, they are all illuminating correctly. So they're all, and you've got a couple of bright spots, but again, that's camera, I think, rather than anything else. They are all on there correctly. So that one is fine, and we'll just double check with this slot, but this slot should represent the same. Yeah, so this means all the lanes are correct where they should be going. On there. So again, there's a couple on camera which are looking a little bit dim. I'm just trying to stick my finger around, and some which are looking a little bit brighter, but they're all very even. When they are shorted, show you what I mean. I'll just put this in a test board. So that's just a test board. You can definitely see that they are out on a test board. You see, this is a broken board. So these are definitely out, and then we've got a couple up here which are extraordinarily bright. So on a test board, you can certainly see the difference. So that's proving that the connection between here and the CPU are good. But I would expect to see that anyway, mainly because we have had it posting. So I don't think it's a communication issue, e.g. a lane issue or a joint or anything like that. So we should be okay with that. Good day, Luke. Hello, hello, hello. Do 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 do. Hello, hello, hello. So where that's leading me to is either, I don't think it's BIOS, because the BIOS is reading. The BIOS wasn't working, and I'm just trying to think this through in my head. The BIOS wasn't working. We know power's coming to the board. We know the EC chip's working because the power switch is changing the current, which means the EC chip's doing things. We know the CPU is getting hot, so that's working to a degree. We have had it posting with the other RAM in, so it's an intermittent post. So it's unlikely to be BIOS, because if software were corrupted, it'd be corrupted all the time. It's static current, but I think that's been swallowed up by CPU. And we can see that the channel communication for the RAM is fine. Put that one in that slot there, which we had it successfully posting and booting. There's no light sensor on here. So it's not a light sensor issue. Let's just try that again. So we have keyboard illumination. We have power light illumination. We've got keyboard illumination. That's static current. But that's not a short, because if it was a short, the short would be still present whether we turn it on or off. And if it was a short, it wouldn't activate the EC chip, had shut down, and then we'd go down to 0. And because I've got 8 amp, it's not a direct short to ground, because it would be feeding it a lot higher than that. I think it might be Wi-Fi. I think with it being in the post process, it could be Wi-Fi. So we'll take the card out. I'm going to disconnect the keyboard as well when I find it, which is set down here. That's keyboard out, just in case he has spilt something on keyboard. And disconnect that, which I am assuming that's probably cameras and whatnot, because I'm thinking this is the EDP port over there. It's actually display. Take that one out, which I would imagine is fingerprint reader, and take this one out, which is probably the little touchpad mouse. So again, we're just removing any potential things which could be causing failure. So the only tell you what I've just found. Can you see that? Just found that. I'm going to get some illumination on it. Interesting. Where that's come from? Because we haven't got any screws missing out the hinge. and there was none missing out at the back. And the board seems to have them all in. And the silver screws in the board, and that was a black screw. The other hinge has got them in. Possibly there's one missing out of the battery connector, which is here. That could be the likely culprit, that there's one missing there. I wonder if that's been floating around. And doing something it shouldn't have been doing and causing some issues, don't know. Was it only row screw? That's the only one I've seen. He disabled updates, Stu. Customer already collected the laptop. Oh wait. Oh, I am going to take a screenshot of that because I'll look into that, Stuart. I ended up doing it this morning, early on. That one. Hello, Julian. Hello. Yes, Stuart. I disabled it in services. So it won't do any updates at all. It's a really old. It's Windows. I think it's Windows XP all in one, HP all in one, or Windows 7 HP all in one. Which they wanted Windows 11 on. So it's have to have a forced update to it anyway. It's only I think a dual core or quad core processor, so it is really, really old anyway. They just didn't want it to go into landfill. So it had been working for about 3 or 4 months. A security update's gone through to do with net framework and something else, which has caused it to fail. I've reset Windows, put all updates on, and it's caused it to fail on me. So I've just blocked that update going through by turning Windows services off. And then when I spoke to him on the phone this morning, I said, come back and see me in a couple of months and I'll try the latest version with the updates, see if it's corrected itself. If it hasn't, we'll see if we can come another way. But I think they'll probably end up buying another machine, if I'm being honest with it. We've got the I think this ribbon cable at this side is, I don't think that's LCD. I think that is probably cameras or something like that. There's nowhere else where the camera would go. I think the EDP port is that one there, because there's a lot more data lines on there than there is on that one. Not that that's impossible to be the data lines for that, but I think that's more likely to be camera. So let's just see what it's pulling on current wise. Let's plug it in. Now that's better. No, we sat at the same, or more or less the same. Probably a little less because there's not as many things triggering. Power fans just came to life a little bit. CPU is warming up. Yeah, power button is on board, so I can't power it. But there's no battery in it, so it would automatically power up through there. Everything is pointing towards a BIOS issue. But again, I don't think it would be a BIOS issue because if it was a BIOS issue, we wouldn't have got any post out of it. And we've had picture periodically. CPU is getting very, very hot. CPU is alive. I'm getting to the point where I can't hold my hand on that. It's posting. We've got It was, yeah. It was so close to it, Cows. I put the message on his daughter, reached out to me. I'll put it on Discord as well, Cows. On Discord as well. His daughter reached out and just asked me to let the community know to do that. So yeah, it is sad.
I did. I only rested my hand on it though. Are we thinking it could be a joint connection under CPU?
Oh, you!
Hello. Oh, I'm expecting these. I'm expecting these. Martin.
I had Mark in there for some reason.
Yeah, probably. It says it on most of the things. Thank you very much.
No worries, mate. Have a good one.
You too. Have a good one. See you later. Ooh. Actually, I don't know what these are. I have a delivery. I need to see what these are. DPD, these. I don't normally get things off DPD. I was expecting this to be something else. Oh, these are my power supplies. Yeah. Well, oh, they can sit in here. Need to sort more spare parts than enough at the moment. I've been so busy this week, I've run out of a lot of parts, so that's why I've got a lot of deliveries coming today. Oi, yeah, I did put pressure on the CPU. Let me try that again. That's what I want to do. Actually, I want to connect the keyboard, but the keyboard up so I can press the power button. Let's just let's get the keyboard connected. Let's put the light on. Sorry, gents, can't see because it's a bit dull and dark down here. Keyboard connector is so tight. I might have to take the battery out. Yeah, I'm going to have to take the battery out. I can't get to it. It'll take me longer to try and get it in than it will be to take the battery out. There we go. I'll punch that. End up with some more magic smelt like we did yesterday. Oh, I've got another delivery here. Wonderful. I'm hoping this is a case what he's bringing now, because if it is, we need to start that one straight away, because that one is urgent. Can't get that in. It's just bent. It's really. Good morning. It's been a busy day today. I've been waiting for this one. Thank you very much. See you later, mate. Ta-ra. Woo. That is the case. What we need to build in. Oh, just that. So that's the one with the customer wanted to keep his own case, and eventually he's realised that his own case wouldn't do what he needed it to do, so it overheated. So we need to strip down the one we did build and rebuild it in the other case. So this will be the second full build on that computer. Can't get this in for love nor money. I'm going to put a microscope on. It's really delicate, this. I don't usually struggle with these as much as I'm struggling. Crikey. I have to loosen that up a bit. Give me a bit more flexibility. That is really, really awkward to get in there. Yeah, no, it's just not wanting to go down. I can see where it's going, but it's just not wanting to go. That side's in. That side's now in. Wow. For a little connector there, that was problematic. I'm going to test my voltage on my other two BIOS batteries here. See if any of these have got better voltage. These are just
test ones that I use for systems. 2.9, same as what I've got in. That's it, that's a better one. Let's take that out and swap it to that one. Just see if it's a BIOS battery issue. Because it is a bit low, the customer one. It is coming in at, oh, you're going to tell me it won't fit. Should do, it's the same type. See what that's reading at. Yeah, 3.1. Right, so we've got BIOS. We're going to leave main battery out because I've not got it connected. But we've got screen connected and we've got power button now connected. So let's just see if we get any better posting on here. This might need to be moved to one side anyway because I do it now. It's froze again. So let's put some pressure on CPU. Push down. Ten. Let's drain it off. Let me do this. Right, I'm putting pressure on that. No. And I'm pushing heatsink down there. It's non-responsive again. Put some pressure on chipset. It's trying, isn't it? Doing nothing now. Try without battery in. See if it'll do a BIOS reset one. Right, it's pushing down on chipset. Chipset is getting a bit of heat in it. 180, so LDO's coming on. Chipset is getting hot, burning my finger. Stuck at 1.3. Wow, that's burning my finger. That is incredibly hot. .6. That is hotter than CPU. I know chipsets get hot. I'm wondering whether it's a chipset issue, whether the chipset's overheating. That is very warm, very, very warm. Get a thermal pad out. Get that stuck over there. Absorb a little bit of that heat, and I can have a big thick one here as well. There it is. Which is a nice chunky heatsink. And let's see if that makes a difference to this. Plug that in. No. That chipset is getting incredibly hot, and I mean insanely hot. It must be spiking at well over 65, 70 degrees. And I know they get hot, but if it's spiking at that now during this stage, it would explain why it's been intermittent working and not working. Even the quite big thermal pads I've got on are getting so warm. It is still responding to power button, but it is sitting where it was sitting at before. Which I would imagine it's dumping all that heat into CPU, and it is. I think on this one, gents, I'm going to point it towards either chipset or CPU. I don't think it's a BIOS issue. What's people's thoughts? Mainly because it has posted, and if it was a BIOS issue and it's corrupted, you wouldn't get post intermittently. You'd get it working or not working. It won't repair itself. You'd either get post or no post, and sitting at that current, that's a lot of current for it to sit at. It's transferring that into heat into CPU and also the chipset. Wonder if second-hand motherboard is cheaper than the RAM. Would it be? Probably. He's going to buy a new one. He was showing me one he was buying this morning, 2,800 quid or whatever. So it's his data. I did say to him, I said, do you want to repair or do you want data? He said, well, if you can get it working. If not, data. So that's what I need to focus on, in fairness, is his data. Try light pressure on CPU one more time. Okay. Let's... The difficulty is trying to get my hand into the right position to do this. I'm on dead chipset, intermittent about today. I'm aiming towards, as I say, chipset. That's, and certainly with heat, it's pulling up. I'm just going to put a thermal pad on there because it is a little bit toasty, that, and I can't put my finger on. It is turning everything to heat. So I am pressing down on CPU. We'll just post it. That thermal pad is getting warm. We've still got a thermal pad on chipset as well. Now it's stuck at the same thing. I haven't got a BIOS battery in it, so it will be some type of training and thing like that. But with it not even, if you look at the watts, because that'll change more than the ampage, it is climbing a little, but nothing like it's going through any post process. It is getting stuck at something. Yeah. CPU is getting hot. It's a brain dead laptop. No caps, no that. That is so hot. Yeah, I'm gonna. I think I'll have a word with him and just say, I'll have a go at flashing his BIOS for him, and it's whether I can get a the correct BIOS for the machine. But that's going to have to wait until I get back off training, because this is one I was just squeezing in for him today because it's not in my diary as planned. I was just waiting for parts to arrive. That's why we're looking at this one. So this one we will revisit in this one. But the good news is I can get to his data. So that's the good news on that one. Those are mine. Don't want to don't get them mixed up. And those are his. Now that's his, and that'll be his. Yeah, those are mine. Again, don't want to get those mixed up. Put that with my test RAM up there. It's his RAM. Put that there. So we're going to park this one to one side because I need to have a conversation with him and see whether he does want me to go down that route or whether he's going. I think what he was saying is he's going to order his computer because if he's getting more reliable, and if it is a CPU or chipset problem, So if chipset is going and it's corrupted the BIOS and we reflash BIOS and get it working, it might only work 2 times, it might work 10 times, but it's going to fail again because chipset is failing and overheating. So let's move on to stuff which is booked in today. Stick that on the shelf.
Oh, you!
Stay. Watch out, dog. Right. Right, let me grab this computer out of here and then we can start moving it across into other case. So anybody who was on this stream the other day, you would have seen me put this together in customer case. And it just doesn't fit. Just does not fit in customer case at all. Cooler didn't fit. We had to put a stock cooler on it. Then it were overheating. So yeah. Chipset's getting red hot. I don't think it's a heat issue like that. The chipset is absolutely burning red hot. So I don't think it's a connection issue where heat would solve it. Otherwise, I would have tried blend that. But I know where you're coming from on that. Demo, I think you said it was yesterday. I know exactly where you're coming from. I've seen Uncle Sorin do it a couple of times and a couple of other people where you warm the chipset up and it just bridges the connection or it just kind of repairs it. But the chipset is getting to in excess of 65 degrees. I can't touch it. And normally 65 degrees is where, certainly me, I struggle then to touch it for more than a few seconds. So it's above that temp. And yeah, you can warm it to 100 odd degrees with a gun, but that's usually if it's not doing that. The metal shavings that it's got, I think that's, I mean, I'm glad I spotted those on the speaker. That could be another thing if it's in an environment where it's pulling those through, and obviously a filtration system where it's pulling air in at the bottom and then blowing it through the fan and the heat sink. If those metal filings are in the air anyway, who knows where they've got. I mean, metal is conductive, isn't it? So is there some of that under one at chips? Is there some of that somewhere it shouldn't be? Is it just a matter of the laptop's coming to a natural age? Because it's not a new laptop, is it? Yeah, so I think it's something we will revisit. We'll revisit because I think the customer will probably leave it with me as well. I don't think I'll be wanting it back. So it is certainly something we will revisit when we've got a little bit more time in the day. But I am just up against it a little bit today. So we'll get this disassembled to rebuild in a new case. So yeah, story behind this is a full build. The only things the customer is keeping is seems to work, so it doesn't connect with the monitor. Right, so somebody else wanting to drop something in with me, which is the Windows XP, the Dell XP machine we did the other day. They're wanting to drop that in with me. So I've just received a message from Ozzy's daughter. any light knowledge of what to do or could give me some guidance assistance when I decided to tackle that, I'd really appreciate that. I'm glad he managed. Right, so I'm in contact with Ozzy's daughter. Obviously Ozzy's sadly passed away. Ozzy 57, if anybody knows him. And I've had a few people reach out and just basically say, is there anything we can do to offer any support, charities or streams like that, amongst other messages. I've posted her message on Discord for people to see, and what I'd done a couple of months back, I'd sent him. He was looking at building a spare computer like a NAS. So I sent him a motherboard because he was in Australia, I'm in the UK. I sent over to his sister a motherboard, CPU, and some RAM, so he could build a NAS. Cut a long story short, he then became ill, couldn't do it. So his daughter had said on one of the other messages that because he was in hospital, they ended up doing it on FaceTime where he was in hospital. She was obviously back at home and they was building it together. Really nice message, and I won't read it because it will bring a tear to my eye. So because I've had a few people reach out this morning, both creators and viewers, when they heard the news, that a couple of them said, is there anything we can do to offer support for charities or anything else to support? So I've messaged her and said, is there anything with that? So she has messaged back just to say that's really lovely, thank you. He didn't really have any charities that he was inclined towards. He loved animals, like we've always adopted retired greyhounds and such. So I'm not sure if that would be something anyone would be interested in looking into. I know that my father was building a second computer type thing to store movies and TV shows on, which is the thing what they said they built together, but never got round to fully finishing it. So at some point in the future, I'd like to try and complete this for him. So honestly, if anybody has any light knowledge of what to do or could give me some guidance, assistance when I decide to tackle that, I'd really appreciate that. I'm glad he managed to make an impact on so many people, and I think he did. He did, and I think it's a testament to the type of man he was, how well his daughter is actually dealing with everything, because it's obviously had a positive impact on her as well. So it must be a horrendously difficult time. So if anybody's got any suggestions or ideas how we can help on support on that, they are over in Australia, so it's not like I can pop round and do it as much as I'd like to, but if she does want to do that, I'll certainly offer my support and experience on that, and whether we look at doing something as a collective as well. But if there is anybody in chat who wants to, who's got any ideas or wants to be part of it, please drop me a message either on one of the Discords that I'm in several, which is JFixers, Sorins, JFix Community, Swindon Electronics. I'm in a few. You can look me up, or you can drop me a message. So that'll be a nice thing to do, and I will reach out and I'll offer her the support of whoever and whatever whenever she needs it as well. So it'd be nice to do that. My head is pounding from the explosion yesterday. Still not good. We need to take all these back out. It was suggested by somebody we do a stream, and if anyone wants to participate in the stream, we do a donation stream and things like that, and so on. So whether we do something like that and we offer to pay for some type of NAS or something like that, or contribute towards it, but I think probably more importantly, she's probably wanting to build it because that's what Ozzy would have done. He'd have built one himself rather than buying one. So I think that's probably the right intention, but the wrong implementation to do as such. But we can have a think, see how it goes, see where it is, and I'm sure between us we will come up with some type of plan. Yeah, let's get this board out. Yeah, if anyone didn't catch my short yesterday morning of the power supply, deciding to give up the goat on give up the goat or give up the ghost or just packing on stream. Well, it wasn't on stream actually; it was on my desk when I was doing it. I did record it. It emitted a lot of vapor, and it was not pleasant in any stretch of the imagination. And it's given me a really, really bad sore throat, but more importantly, it's given me such a chronic headache. And looking at it, they are quite toxic fumes which comes off it. So that was the power supply, which as you can see, didn't want to play. Didn't want to play at all, and it's give off. I think it's hydrochloric gas and things like that. But my head today is absolutely killing me. I'm dosed up on painkillers, and I thought I could do without that because it's such a busy day with work. Yeah, CX model. Hey, Arnold's in. It's back. Evening or morning, Arnold. I think it'll be for you. Or was it evening? No, it'll be morning, won't it? Probably early hours, is it? About 8 hour difference. So was it about 4 a.m. there, or are you 8 hours in front? I don't know if you're 8 p.m. or 4 a.m. But anyway, good evening. This is the one that we built the other day, this Arnold. If you're wondering what I am up with, I'm just going to take a few bits of the bits and bobs out what we did put in, because we did try our best to keep this cool. This is one where we built in the customer's case. 7 a.m. Oh, early start for you then. Early start. Ooh. So we did try our best to bring a bit of air into it, but we couldn't even put any air at the front because there's nowhere to mount any fans at the front to. So we were really...
It's alive!
Oh, you're not going to tell me you're permanently welded in, mounted in case here. Customer has a... No. An SD card reader. Oh, just one screw there. That's it. Okay. Oh, I can smell chicken. Why can I smell chicken? My dog's had a treat and she doesn't normally eat treats. And she's probably regurgitating a little bit of that into an odour. And it's smelling a little bit. I think that's what it is. In other words, she's farted. And she absolutely stinks. And they like coming near you to share it with you, don't you? Smell this, Dad. Right, that's the old case, which I will not be sorry to say goodbye to. That case, definitely not. Patrick Hernandez used to love that song. Which song were I singing a song? Oh, Born to Be Alive. Don't even know the song on that one, Arnold. Don't know the song. GP call Need by the Sounds. It didn't get better. I did look it up on the internet, in fairness, and it says if you get really irritable chest or nausea or headaches, you really need to contact the doctors or GP or whatever, because it says a little bit of gas is fine, but a lot of the vapor you shouldn't really be breathing in. Well, I did try and, I mean, after I filmed it, because that was my first reaction, well, I'll film it. I did turn it off and get it out of the room, but the room stunk of it for, I mean, it's still smelling today. And there's not a great deal of ventilation here. And I'd got my little fume extractor on. I'd got 4 or 5 fans trying to blow it all out that way, out the door. But there was no wind yesterday to do it. Yeah, so that's what it is. I'm going to take this through. Bring the... Oh, I've got another hard drive there I need to check out. Didn't spot that one. And bring the other case in, and then we can start building in the new case and hopefully get this done, because he needs to pick this up tonight, because he goes on holiday at 7 o'clock in the morning and he needs it before he goes on holiday. because he's away for 2 weeks, so I certainly don't want to hang around. So I'm going to put this in there. I'm just going to grab myself a quick drink of water and get some paracetamol because I say my head is pounding, and then we'll get on it. So I'll be 2 minutes, probably that, because I work at home. So it's not like I've got to go far. Yeah, right, new case. This tablet's took for a headache. Loony! Exclamation loony! I'm a loony. I saw the whole of the moon. That's Waterboys who sang that, yeah. Water cows. I was standing. Waterboys, yeah, remember them. On Atlantic 252. That used to be, they used to play all the time on Atlantic 252. It would be a radio station in the UK. And it was geared like a pirate radio station. Sort of a bit like Radio Caroline from back in the day. Right, I've not built in this case before, ever. Because he didn't go for the case that I actually wanted him to go for. He still went for a different case. So it is a bit of an unknown quantity, but it should have two whatchamacallits at the front. Two cutouts for DVD. Let me unwrap it in here. Yeah, it's not substantially lesser quality than what I am used to.
Yeah, got a
This
little.
is a well, this was the most affordable one. Let's put it like that. Not a brilliant one by any stretch of imagination. One, two, yeah, not even soundproofed or anything. This, ugh. It would have been a hell of a lot better if it had gone for the case what I suggested. The case that I normally build, and I built in several times, well, more than several times on stream, and it's just a lovely case. Brilliant, brilliant value, and I build in it so much, and you can tell this isn't a good case because it's got a included power supply, which we will definitely not be keeping. But it was either this or one at 3 times the price. That's going to be a good quality one that we're not keeping. But I suppose, oh, look at that for quality and weight. And it's got perfectly flat sides as well, so I can't I'm going to struggle to get any cabling. Yeah, I'm going to struggle to get any cabling down the back, so it's all going to be built in centre cavity. But we can put a fan at the front, which is what we're going to have to do. Yeah, with power supply, lovely budget, lovely. You just know it's going to be a good quality cake. It's got a what's we call it with it. So let's dig him a case fan out. That'll do. It's a free case fan. So have I got one which runs off a Molex connector? Probably not. Ooh. No, not that one. It's a shame. Might need to use we'll put one case fan at the front here because we have some type of mount. And at least that'll give us a bit of breathing space to come in. Around this sort of level is PSU fan's going to sit about here. So at least we've got a decent enough airflow to expel some of it out of the 90mm fan at the back. Oh my gosh. I wish customers would listen to me. And he didn't listen to me when I said originally that you shouldn't be using your case. And he's not listening to me with this one either. So it's kind of still gone down the wrong route. Suboptimal route, I will say, rather than wrong route. Not like I do this for a living. Not like I've built 2,500 computers or something like that, is it? And I have experience at doing this. Yeah, none of that. Let's grab him some silver screws and put his front fan or a front fan in place. Quality is when you can sit on it like a chair. Yeah, I wouldn't even put one of Ronnie's grandkids on this, I'll tell you that now. It is do you know what it feels like it's made out of? Do you know the stuff what IO shields are made out of? That really thin metal, it feels like it's made out of that. But again, there's not a great deal with twin DVD or twin 5¼ inch bays. And that's what he wanted. By his own admission, that he doesn't really reach DVD, but he wants to keep his DVD. And he has a USB powered DVD. So again, he could have bought a USB powered card reader, which would have been better. He could have had the nice case with all the soundproofing on, which is a really nice case to build in, at the same price as this. So the differential in cost would have been £15 overall, because we'd have had to spend £15 on a 7-in-1 card reader. That was it. And then you had better cooling, better quality case, soundproofing, and everything else. And again, it's the wrong decision to go forward. Can't even break that out. 1 out. Two out. There you go. There we go. All 3 out. I sat in it and it didn't bend. I think if I sat on anything, some chairs nearly bend when I sit on them. Antec 2009 cases. Does it stand for NB motherboard? It could stand for something. I think MB stands for might bend. So we have, at least we've got USB sockets on the front. even the plastic is a bit rigid, a bit plasticky. I know that's a silly thing to say, but it just feels a little bit plasticky. This is case fan in. It's a used one, but I'm not going to charge him for that, so there's no point. It's just a spare fan that I have. I'm just wondering whether I put one fan in or two fans in, because airflow is going to be paramount. I'm going to put a second fan in. I am going to put a second fan in for him. Since I've got the space, I am going to put a second fan in. So we'll just take that back off. I've got the fans. We have the technology. I'm going to put in a second fan in, because I'd rather have more air coming in than needed, and then I can turn them down to run at a slower RPM. And I've got a 140mm fan there, but I don't think it'll fit now. Well, a 180. Is it 180, 160? Can't remember. Don't know. Corsair. Plenty of Corsair fan, but I think I've ZXT. Oh, what's that one there? Is that a Corsair fan? No. Put this I'm going to put this Corsair fan in for him. Give it a quick dust off. Right, so we've got another fan in, so at least we're going to get two fans at the front to stick as much of the air around the place as we can. Let's get some more fan screws. Now, no one really uses 5 1/4 inch base. Again, it's what a customer wanted, and I'm not usually as swayable on customer decision, but he was very adamant that that's what he wanted to do. And I kicked myself when I was thinking, I've got to try and build in this. So, yeah. Dropped my screw. So when we realised that we didn't have any other option apart from to swap case because of heat, he was a bit more receptive to me saying it's the wrong decision and I'm not going to warrant any issues which are related to heat because we're building in something I'm not recommending. So we went, oh, okay, what's choice? So, well, we can go on with one with 2 drive slots, but that's not the one I'd recommend. I'd recommend going for the one I normally build in because it's this, that, and everything else, and spending £15 on a net difference on a whatchamacallit. And he went, no, I think I'll go for one with double drive bays in. It's kept under a desk and he doesn't see it. The benefit of going for the USB powered one, we could have actually put the USB powered dock on the desk because it was a dock one I was looking at for him. So we could have put that on the desk and had this under the desk, dock on the desk next to his keyboard. It would have been really nice. But again, sometimes decisions are made which bit noisy that. Sorry if you've got headphones on. So we've got 2 fans coming in. We're going to get positive pressure, small fan here, and we're going to get GPU and power supply fan kicking out. So that's why I've decided on 2 fans, because the power supply does not have its own thing. This is how old this designer case is, that the power supply sucks air from inside the blinking case and sticks it out the back. And then all the wiring is in here. So next thing is going to be board. Let me just take these cables up out of the way. Put wires in small window, let them hide on the back side. Cable management. The back is completely flush. There's no depth at all. We are talking probably 0.5 centimetre depth. I will put some cabling on there, things like maybe the USB and whatnot once the board is there, but I won't get any power cables there. But all power cables are going to this side. It's a solid sided case, so it's not like it's going to make a great deal of difference if I'm being perfectly honest with it. So it's not like it's going to be aesthetically bad. There's no, there's no pretty windows or anything. I would have just liked it to look prettier than it's actually going to look. But again, we can only work with what we've got. So yet again, we are taking this cooler off. It's a bit third time this cooler's been on and off. Drill smalls in the top and reverse the PSU. I could do. There's no you mean drill some ventilation holes? Unfortunately, that is the top of the case. That's the top of the case, so you just might see it. I mean, it used to be a thing, didn't it, where you would have the thing up there. That was because they didn't really need decent airflow, but with modern systems, it's all about airflow. AMD, love you. Love you, love you, love you long time, AMD. Thank you very much for giving me such sticky thermal paste that you pull the CPU out of the socket when we take it off. Bear in mind, the CPU's only been on since yesterday. Yep. Bin. Done. Feel like I have been. Clean a bit of this up. And managed to get it all over the desk. So, stick that back in the board without getting it all over. Little golden triangle, which is there. Line that up with the pin on the socket. Close it. Zero friction interface, whatever it's called, connector. We need the cooler now, which is sat up on the shelf up here, which we did fit yesterday. All my dreams seem so far away. So it is already partially assembled. We need the AMD gubbins out, which is the 4 red things and screws. That can go in the bin. On. on. Screwdriver. Give it a good twist and tug. Yes. Put a bit of heat on it as well. That sometimes helps because it'll help to soften the thermal paste. But because it only went on yesterday, I think it was more down to friction rather than adhesion with it. Hence why a good twist rather than a yank. As soon as you get it moving and you can get it onto some of the fins, it starts losing its ability to keep its stickability. I suppose it's a sign of a good paste, isn't it? That's the truth behind it. It's bonded really well. Done. Don't need them. We need a bit of thermal paste on here, which is a bit this. MX6 paste. Good paste this, just can't get it out of the blinking tube and stick to the cooler.
Oh, you!
Spread that out a little bit with my finger. The rest of it will be done through pressure. Oh, I'm making it right. Maddie, this is your dinner. It's a dog's dinner. Ah, thermal paste just gets everywhere. And there we go. At least we can see. 1,470 subs. What? Have I got my it's connected. Don't know why I've not heard any subs come through. I'll tell you why. Because I bet my speakers are again. I don't know why my speakers keep going for the wrong. Yeah, it's gone to there. We should be on output device. That's better. Might be able to see now. Might be able to hear now, should I say. Get the RAM in. 2 sticks. We did configure this in the last system, so there shouldn't be any BIOS configuration to do. I think we updated it to the latest version as well whilst we were on last stream. So we should again be good to go on there. Put that out of the way, pull it over there. Give it a bit of a left to right squidge just to help that paste just to get seated. Quarter turn on that one. And that's biting, so several turns down and then balance them out. If anybody's wondering, my solar panels are doing exceptionally well with this fine weather we're having in the UK at the moment. Generating, off a pair of panels, I am generating and saving about £2 a day, just off 2 panels. So I know it's not vast amounts, but it does mean they'll probably have a payback period of around, I need a little adapter for that, 18 months or so. So pretty good with that. How many fan headers have we got on here? We've only got 2 fan headers, so that'll go for the rear one. So I do need to split this. Let me just grab my Might put that rear one as my other fan header. Oh, get my fan cables out. Yep, ram's in. The ram is in. We've got a CPU fan. So put that in. And I think, is that a 3 or a 4? That's a 3-way splitter. So that's going to do that. If I've got a 2-way splitter, actually that might be better for those. No, it's not. That one will be better for those. And have I got a 2-way splitter? Should have. Don't want a big long one if I can avoid it. Oh, that's even better. That's the one I'm going to use. Yeah, that's my 2-way one. Just figuring out which one to use and everything else. So we're going to use a 2-way splitter on there. Give it a good twist into it. Not that one. So we'll put the 2-way splitter down on that. This is for CPU. And the reason why I'm using a 2-way splitter is because then the CPU fans all spin at the same speed rather than trying to balance them. Because what you don't want is front one spinning faster than back one or vice versa. Because if you do, you can get a bit of turbulent air moving it wrong direction. Move that down a click. Better. And centralize it. There we go. Beautiful. Can't move that down any further because it will rest on RAM. It's mounted about 2 millimeters above it. So that's brilliant. Let's see if we can just tuck those up and out of the way. Again, fitting these before you actually put it in case, it's just so much easier. So we've only got one other fan header on here, which is sitting just here. So we're going to use this for the back of the fan, which is there. And I'm going to connect it with this little fan hub header here. And then at least I can then put this out of the way, because I can put the fan, do you know what? I'm going to use that. I'm going to use that, and I'm going to use a fan splitter. So I'm going to power the front fans from here, because I do want them running at full power, and they should be reasonably quiet. So I'll run that off a SATA connector into a dual fan splitter for the 2 front fans, and then the rear fan I'm going to plug straight onto the board, because I've only got one other fan header to play around with on that. So that now can go in the case. So they're my fan cables that I'm going to do. I'm not going to use the little hub cable. I don't need to. Mounting hours are blocked. You need install motherboard first, then power supply, I guess. Yeah. Are there 3 wires or 4 wire fan cables? The that one is a 4 wire. The fans at the front are 4 wire as well, but they'll still work off. They'll still work off the SATA connector. They'll just work at full speed. This one in. Oh. Right, so let's get his I/O shield in. Made out of the same metal as the case. Yeah, so motherboard's going to go in, and then I'm going to put a power supply in. And then after I put power supply in, we're going to put the CD-ROM and everything in. Because I tell you now, it'll be a pain in the backside too. So let's see if these holes are lined up. They're lined up. They're lined up as well. Yes. We need 2 on the end. So we should have a couple more spare ones. Oh, they're plastic pegs. It's a non-powered fan header anyway. So I don't really want to overload the fan headers. We put in 3 fans on it. So that's why I was thinking that if I use the SATA connection, that was my thought process behind that, Nick. Sorry, Demo. That was why I was thinking I'll use the SATA connection, because it's a non the back fan can come off its own.
Oh, you!
Okay, there we go. Yep. My commands are working. I can hear you now. Now I've put the right speakers on. Yeah, so it's just to split the load a little bit. I don't think it's going to make vast amounts of difference to the speeds, because I think the ones we've got are they're going to need to run pretty good. There's not a great deal of airflow at the front anyway, and we are going to be, as I say, GPU, rear fan and PSU all sucking air from inside, so we're going to have them virtually at full anyway. The downside is whether it's going to be too noisy. If they are too noisy, I'm going to have to come up with a different solution with some lower RPM fans or something similar. I don't like these. Can never get the plastic things to locate correctly. In and the back in. Done. Whew. Get a couple of board screws in to make it look pretty and hold it in place. Building a computer on stream is a bit like cooking on live TV, in the fact that you've got to do everything away from you rather than towards you to get camera to see it. Otherwise, viewers can't see what I'm doing, because I won't normally work in this orientation, so it is a little bit different to when you're building on stream. It's how you would normally do it. So I can't see holes, for example, where I'm putting screws in here, because I've got wrong orientation on cable. Down. Wonderful. Let's get that one unconnected and plugged in. Cut that off and put a tie wrap on it. I do not like those metal cable ties. That normal cable, not that one, not too long. I'll do, I'll cut it down.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
Oh no.
Oh no. Blank shit for a video card, take it out. Yes, I will do. I will get that took out. I'm just going to put this one in first. Video card's one of the last things I fit anyway, mainly because cable situation in here. I'm going to get my hands caught in a lot of stuff. I'm going to have to shift this because I cannot see the orientation at all. There we go. Righty-o. I'm going to get the power supply. No. Yeah. No, I'm going to get the other bits connected up first. Finally finished work, TFN. Woohoo! Have you got anything special planned? Let me zoom down so you can see what I am doing. So these are front panel connectors that I am putting on now. They're a standard order, but again, I'm trying to do it for camera rather than ease. So I'm using my left hand. And we all know using your left hand feels like somebody else is putting it on. Reset goes at the back, and then hard. The power switch goes at the front too. Yeah. Done. So all those are connected. Wonderful. So have USB or HD audio, which will go this one over here. And again, you're doing it with my left hand. USB. You can go on that one. And USB 3, which goes into there. Which for me is one of the worst connectors they've ever decided to implement. Don't like the USB 3 connector at all. Get some cable ties out, cable bungee, whatever. Some of these little short things to make cables look pretty. Make cables look pretty. At least we've got a bit of gap between the. Can I get that around that side of there? Yeah, do it like that. Tie wrap that together. This is just going to make it look neat rather than pretty, because there's not a great deal I'm going to be able to do inside here because everything is in the same place. So if you're wanting aesthetics and luxury, this ain't going to be the case for it. Just trying to keep them away from yeah, that as well. GPU fan, because GPU fan's going to sit just there. I want them mega tight. They're just to hold it part of the way. Oh, you got your appointment this. Is that to do with your broadband? Is it your fibre or lack of? I think you were saying to James on that one, weren't you? That's what that was. It's a bit of a carry on, that, isn't it? But hopefully, you really shouldn't need to go through all that, but hopefully they'll get it resolved and get it sorted. And you can get what you're paying for. Done. One more cable tie on that piece there. I've purposely doubled back that like that, mainly because I want it to take a bit of stress relief off that, because they're the front panel connectors, and they'll just fall off at drop of a hat. So I've purposefully done it like that to take a bit of a strain relief on it. You're wondering why I have done that a little bit awkward or a bit different to the others. We'll see if we can get those
instead of trying to put this in where it is, just fix it on and then slide it into position, and then you can normally there you go, move down like so. Snip them two off. That's better. And USB 3, hopefully, we'll just plug back in. There we go. Now what I'm hoping is they'll stay down there and they'll stay more or less out of the way, as pretty as we can make it. That one is going to be floating, but we're going to have another cable going down there anyway. And again, you're not going to see this. It's got a solid case on it. It doesn't mean we're going to make it look horrible. It just means we're not going to see it to that degree, because we've got a... So let's knock these two out. 1, 2. And we'll see if we can get his DVDs and that one plugged in. I'll swap that. I've got it glued in. Why? What's that one? Oh no! Well, he's either going to get that or he's going to get that. So his USB 3, which I've just connected, he's not going to use on his front panel. Let's see if I've got a USB 2 to USB 3 adapter, because he has got a... No, he's not going to have a spare one anyway, because this plugs into USB 2 anyway. So, yes. Get that through here in the holes. Just have a couple of tiny little screws. Flush. Not that screw, that's definitely not going to fit. It's that one there. It's a pointy screw. And pointy screw. No, need to find a pointy screw for that. Right, see if we've got a screw. See if we have a screw which will go in here. We're not closed. Colour is too high. Oh, you're joking! It is. Oh, you bloody! I know, because we've got air gap on this one. No, I think we're going to be fine. I measured it. Remember, I did measure this. No, it does. It fits. I measured it. Measured it. It is literally the perfect size for it. So cooler does close, but only just close, with a little bit of a bulge. Did measure it. But again, this is down to the fact that he's gone for the wrong bloody case. But I did measure it. It was the perfect height. So the case will go on. It's a mass lawsuit. 400 people alone. Households participated. That's crazy, isn't it? Yeah, I did measure it. It was literally the exact size that it said it was, clearance wise. So I knew it was always going to be very tight. And I will explain that to the customer. But that's one of the things what we had with his. The other one was about 1/2 inch wrong, so we couldn't even get it anywhere close. This one was just right on the border. Borderline. Feels like I'm going to lose my mind over the borderline. Bit of Madonna. Don't know where that came from.
One thing you don't have being a computer guy, you don't have pointy screws. You use a pointy screw to screw into the plastic. Some of this is because the customer took some screws out beforehand as well, which is always good. That's a pointy screw, but that's a wood screw. We don't want to be putting a wood screw in, do we? I think I took them wood screws out of somebody else's computer where they'd use wood screws to screw their cooler down to the motherboard. And they brought it to me and went, "Your computer don't work." I put a new cooler in, couldn't get it to work, and I took it off and went, "You've put wood screws in it." He went, "Yeah, I didn't have right screws." And he screwed through, screwed through the cooler into the motherboard with wood screws. I'm just searching for what are those there? That one. Oh, they're fan screws. Found a massive pack of fan screws. Ah, there we go. That'll do. Found one. Any more? Nope, just that one. See if that one will do it. About 50% of my town is, oh my gosh. And that's a hex screw. I am really going to cheat here. I'm going to use a case screw, one of the, the plastic case screws. And I'm going to put the plastic. Gosh, I hate customers and computers. Be perfect if it weren't for both of these. Don't mean that. Just computers. Let me grab a screw out of my other room because I do not have a suitable one in here. Ah. Why? Will that one do it? Maybe. Oh, that's a hex. Why is it everyone I've found so far? That'll do. It's a bit wrong. The right thing, but wrong thing. I know what I mean. Screwdriver. Done. Get this lined up so it's flush. Pretty. Excellent. Put these back away. Hope my other delivery turns up very soon because I've got them other computers which need building today. Without the parts, I cannot build them. Be a pain in the backside. That one can go in there. This one is his SATA connection for the same unit, and we have a USB for the same unit as well. So he is not going to have USB 3 or C on the front panel because he's having the connectors used for his thingy bob. So let's give this a bit of a tie wrap up. A rat's nest of cabling in here. Still got to put 2 drives in here as well, 2 additional drives. What he wants putting in here from his old machine. I did say don't put them in because if you put them in, and they are slow, you could affect the performance of his new drives. But now it wants them in. As well, if they break down in a month's time because they are so old and they're showing us unhealthy, you're going to have to bring it back, and I'm going to be charging you for taking them out and possibly correcting any software issues. So if it's corrupted Windows or anything like that, and he was like, yeah, okay, fine. I can only advise. Done. Yeah, there. Excellent. Not pretty, like I keep saying. Have I said that today? It's not pretty. DVD. Yeah. SATA cable for his DVD. Smash that like and subscribe button. Thank you, Ryan Labs. Thank you very much for smashing that like and subscribe. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. I probably didn't hear the notification come through because for some reason my notifications aren't coming through, but much, much, much appreciated for doing that. Love your little, what's it called? Paperclip emoji face. It'll be interesting to get this in, and his power supply. Hey, so we've got the same problem. We'll leave that a bit loose. I'm not going to connect that up as yet. So next thing is going to be PSU. There's no point putting his GPU in as yet because we know that that's going to be awkward. So I'll do that in a minute. Oh, no caller ID. 1 second. Hello? Hello? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. How can I help? Go on then, fire away. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there is several things. It could be motherboard, it could be CPU. It's more likely to be motherboard or a loose connection. Certainly, if you've moved it recently, it's doing that. But yeah, it's really too difficult to say what it is. We'd have to get hands on and do diagnostics. We are now fully booked until Tuesday the 28th, though. So I mean, if you wanted to give us a call, then we'd get you looked at then. But can't do anything until that date, unfortunately. I'm sorry. But it's looking like CPU or motherboard, I would say. But it still could be things like power supply. It's unlikely to be GPU with what you're saying. But you know, until we get hands on, there can be some strange, weird, and wonderful things. Hopefully, it's just something simple like a cable. But yeah, it could be quite a few bits and bobs. It's died. Yeah, I mean, they can just go. They're unlikely, you know, if we had to put probability on things with what you're describing, you know, it's loose connection or motherboard or CPU in that order with what tests you've already done. So that's kind of where I would sit that. But you know, it is definitely one which could be the issue. I don't know. You're asking me a question I can't obviously answer without looking at it. When you're asking me what are the odds of that, it's impossible to say. You know, it's impossible to give you an accurate figure. 50-50, 90%, 10%. It really does depend on when you get hands on. It could be that, it could not be that. Well, I'd probably wind it back and start running through the way I would do it rather than anything else. But yeah, it's following a logical process to kind of follow the fault round and then kind of building up from there. So you're looking for a change of state rather than the fault. Yeah, no problem at all. Good luck with it. Cheers, mate. Bye bye.
Sorry, that was another computer technician. I repair computers locally, and yeah. But anyway, and he's got an issue with a computer he's got in and didn't know how to repair it. So he was just asking me, and I thought, well, you're probably not the right person asking me, as we know. Right, where's that little connector gone for the fans? We can plug that in now. Plug that in because we've got two fans down here. One can go in that one there, and the other one can go in that one. A Thermaltake Peerless Assassin. It is. I was saying on the I can't remember when I said it this morning, cows, that they brought an updated version of the Assassin out, and it's called the Phantom. So I've got one of those ordered as well, just to start trying that out. Exactly the same dimensions and size, but it's got an extra heat pipe in it, so it should displace more heat. He's sub to Rosman apparently. Ooh, welcome, 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 Ryan. One of the big boys sub to him as well. I know you're paying. I had the next door son waiting his new building, the old case, and it was horrid to work on. It's as I say, the first case was not good. The second case, he still chose wrong case, but he wanted to go with it. I do feel like I'm working with my hands tied behind my back. It is one big heatsink. It's only the Peerless Assassin, Mick. It's the one I fit all the time. This is the small version as well. The other two I've got coming in are the 140s. Sorry, the other three I've got for today are the 140s. This is the baby 120. Hot cows, daddy. So yeah. Right, let me grab an 8 power supply. Oh, couple wrapped up. Need to just unwrap and see which one it is. It's that one there.
Gosh, it's hot in this office. Now a swig of liquor wade. Is it not really any better than the last one? It's better in some ways that we've got a gap here. But no. Answer to your question, no. I mean, we've got rid of the big plate which sat along here, so we can actually put graphics cards and this cooler in. That was the deciding factor, really, to get a better cooler in. Height-wise, we're still limited, but I'm going to have to work around that. It's got more gaps in a lot of places. It is a little bit wider, those dimensions, just not any higher. So we're still limited in some of the things on it, Charles, but just not them all. Just added a Peerless Assassin 120 SE version 2 to my rig. Really happy with the temps. They work really, really well. As I say, I was looking. The Phantom is the updated one with the 7th heat pipe. So I've ordered a couple of those, mainly because I'd hit the order limit on the others. So I put it into AI and said, what can I use instead of these? And they went, oh, use this. This is the new model. I'm like, oh, brilliant. So I have ordered a couple of the or one of the Phantoms to try it. They're about £3 dearer. So it's not like it's going to break the bank. So I am keen to see how well that performs. This is going to be a pain in the backside now to try and get everything wired up correctly with this going in. You need 63 hands to do stuff. Yeah, so I might do a temperature comparison on a VOD to see how well they perform. I think I'll still use either, because even if you are looking at 1 to 5, I think it's a 1 to 3 C difference for the extra pipe. If you're borderline anyway, you know, it's going to be insignificant if you start getting down to, oh crikey, I'm 1 degree too high. You've got the wrong cooler fitted. So I don't think that bit will be too paramount. But you never know. You know, because it's all about balance. Oh, you absolute. Oh. You absolute donkey. Don't swear on stream. It's a family-friendly stream. So things are nuggets and things are donkeys, but that were nearly something else then. That were nearly something else. Very nearly. You forget how bad old cases are to building. Hmm. You know what they say, every day's a school day, don't they? I feel I have certainly been schooled with this build. I don't know if I feel like I've been schooled with the customer or schooled with this build. This is taking me back to building PCs in the 90s. The 1890s. Oh, this is such a bad case. I will be so glad to see the back of this unit. See if I can get this non-magnetic screw down into there. James, I would say exactly the same. I'm going to say exactly the same, but I bet if he uses it once, it's one time more than he's going to ever use it. I don't honestly think he'll ever use it, even though he's insisted that he has it. And he's sacrificed so much. I had a customer yesterday, the one which we'll be working on today, who wanted me to fit a water cooler into his system. And I said, no, I won't fit it. So you'll have to take it somewhere else. And he was like, well, just fit it. No, I refuse the job. If you want a water cooler, I won't fit water cooler, sorry. And I've refused the job. So he's having an air cooler. I didn't refuse it because of any other reason apart from I just won't fit water coolers. Because when they go wrong, they'll blame me. So I just won't fit water coolers. I wish I'd done the same with this and gone, I'm just not doing it. Not building the computer. I wish I'd said and been a bit more like, we're doing it this way. We're doing it my way, more or less, rather than, I can't even get into the bloody 12-volt PCI, 12-volt connector for the CPU because everything in it is in its way. This case is designed for a low-end build, not a high, medium to high-end build. I'm going to stop moaning about it. Let's look at positives. Please tell me some positives. Please give me some positives, guys. I'm desperately needing some positives. Pliers and torch. Oh. My pliers aren't big enough or long enough to go down into such a tight gap. Not having fun. Oh, yep, it does get loud, but they live one house and one fence away. Is that 22nd, 26th for commercial? Get this incredibly high-powered rear case fan sat back down there. I need that to get rid of the air from the CPU. I think you guys are just waiting for me to crack, aren't you? I think that's what you're all tuning in for now. Waiting for me to crack and go, oh, you. Yeah. You fudder mudder. You fudder mucker. Is that what it is? You're just waiting for me to lose my composure. Which is certainly on the cards with this one.
She's a good girl.
Who's that? Ah. Oh, yeah. Check out admin channel Discord. Seems YouTube notifications erasing. Ooh. There was an issue. I been a few days. Maddie, at least you should have gone Blu-ray drive. Don't suggest that to him. He'll want another case with a Blu-ray drive slot in it as well. It's his Blu-ray. It's his DVD drive. Actually, it's older. I don't even know if it's a DVD or a CD. I'm hoping it's DVD. Wait a second. Did you make 30 subs since yesterday? I don't know. Oh no. Oh wait, I've got some messages come through. Just one second. I've got several messages come through. Hi, you built a computer for me a couple of years ago. I doubt you'll remember the exact parts, but I'm wanting to upgrade my CPU. With that motherboard change will be required, and most likely a new CPU cooler, mainly just for future proofing and further upgrade down the line. If I sent my current build and parts, I would like to upgrade. Yes, just send me it and I'll have a look. What was I looking at? Oh, subs, that were it. We have got today, we're at 1,474. We've gained 381 subs. Probably about 10, 12 days now. So yeah, it is rocketing. I am aiming for 1,500 subs, so I need 26 more subscribers. 26 more subscribers. Magic Short brings in new. Yeah, it did do the 10K. So, well, James is it the James J Fix is it that 10K one? Certainly hit that one. I think I'm a long way off the 10K one. But yeah, there's always his dolphin training videos a week. It's my OnlyFans page where which is really bringing them in. I publicise it all over my OnlyFans as well for PCDD After Dark. But I do think the two VODs I've put out, one with the drive comparisons and one with the whatchamacallits, have helped a lot. Certainly the Magic Smoke one yesterday helped a lot as well. But those have really made it gone crazy. I'm not going to have to put in his SSD and his main drive, so I'm going to put his 1 terabyte drive in and forego his SSD because I'm going to have to put his yeah. Is that PCD Dad? Let's do a call out. Let's get you to 1.5. Could do with 1.5. That's where I'd set me. That's where I kind of set me. I remember setting it at 100 because I don't know how long you've been viewing. I only started streaming in November, so I've been streaming. I don't know what's that. 1 month there, and what month we're in 7. So about 7.5 months I've been streaming because it was end of November I started. So 7.5 months I've been streaming, and the influx of subscribers has been amazing. But I will say, this, I could not have done it without some amazing creators, because James J-Fix has helped me so much, and give me a couple of shouts out on there. Uncle Sorin, we all know Uncle Sorin. He's publicised my channel as well on there and been into my chat several times. Joey Does Tech, amazing guy. He's helped me tremendously as well with things like that. Nathan from Parts People, I've had a couple of shouts out from him. We've got Nando's, Zach, NanoFix. He's done exactly the same. Symbol Tech did a video with me as well, Tony, and obviously people like Linus Tech Tips when he's been in chat, Mr. Beast when he's been in chat as well. But no, I've done it with some amazing creators. It's been amazing, been wonderful. I posted a dolphin call a few weeks ago in a different Discord. Oh, you're a star, Arnold. Thank you so much. It's been fun. It's been fun. It's been brilliant. So yeah, I'm thankful that people want to watch, because like I was saying earlier, I do YouTube because I enjoy doing YouTube for the community. I don't do it for all this. This is what I do on a daily basis, and I love what I do here. I do this for community because I enjoy what I do. Right, I'm gonna see. I'm gonna see if I can mount this bloody disc. Shows you at work, they almost had to change. A few co-workers sub to. Oh, TFN, thank you. Repair Community is a group of awesome people. It is an absolute awesome. I am thankful for a lot of the community. Let's take creators out of equation there, because there's a lot of creators which have helped me, both for gaining traction and subscribers, reassurance and stuff like that, and but the community. And yeah, there is so many. Lead Farmer, I know he's active in a lot, and he's helped me. Sparta, Arachnoid, TFN. I'm trying to think of the other people. Oh, I message as well. But there are an awful lot of people. Max Power, amazing software that Max has made for me, or made for community. And there's just so much. Julian from Just Inspired. Yeah, there's just so many. And we just cannot forget Mick. Chill and relax. Chill and relax. There's MDL. Michael DeLima, which is Reflex, or not Reflex, Rusty Russ. Honestly, the list goes on. The list goes on. So you know, it's even if they just pop in and say hello from time to time, it's crazy, crazy. Hot cows and yeah, I mean cows is never about. It's never about. It's cows. He's one of my mods. Is Cowie as well. But yeah, the community is amazing. It is amazing. Have I got that plugged in? That's plugged in. I'm going to try and mount this second drive down here, because this is just going to start getting really cluttered. I need a power. Carthor! Did we get Carthor in there? No, Carthor on there. Ooh, $5. $5! Wow! It's go spreading well. Thank you so much, Ryan Labs. Thank you for your very, very kind donation. Very, very much appreciated on that. I always still feel humbled, and I never know how many times to say thank you. I used to watch other creators when they used to get donations, or I used to donate, and they used to go, oh yeah, thanks a lot, much appreciated. And I never want to come across as insincere with it. But it always strikes me as the I don't think I can convey my appreciation so much, because it isn't the value, whether it's $5, 50 cents, $500, whatever, the value is irrelevant. For me, it's the effort, time and recognition to say, hey, thanks for whatever you've done. So yeah. But yeah, thank you so much for that. Super chat. Just kidding, got you. I thought it was Carthor coming in because he does that. Cows. Oh, guys, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Cows, for your, again, very generous tip. Thank you, Cows, but didn't need to. Cows does an awful lot as well with modding and helping out with modding, like James does, and TFN does as well, and Nick does as well. So thank you so much on that one. Everything what we get on the channel, by the way, if you are new to us, everything what we get donated or any revenue that I generate from the channel is all ploughed back into the channel. I'm not one of these who takes and spends it and goes on Caribbean holidays. It's stuff bought for the channel to reinvest in the channel. So whether that's stuff to review, gear to review, stuff to try, whatever, that's how it all kind of tricks on. We've bought some things from it. We bought the Hoover down here, what we use to clean stuff off. I bought the dual caddy not long back. I bought quite a few things. I'm trying to think. We bought the power supply with it, the Ridden DC Max 6030, the dim bulb tester we bought with it. So yeah, quite a few things have been bought with a very, very, very kind donations. Yes. So thank you, Chaz, for that. Much appreciated. Anyway, let me crack on with this. I'm gonna get distracted. Now I need a sort of cable. Is this a clippable? Yeah, it's a clippable one, and that's that one. So the drive is going to sit down there like that, and that's not going to go in there because it just wouldn't be that easy, would it? It just wouldn't be that easy. That's a straight one. I need a right angle one. Normally I throw right angle ones away because I never use them. And you can guarantee when I need one, I haven't got one of right angle one in there. And I bet this right angle's the wrong way. I mean, wrong right angle, isn't it? Tell you that now. Just nothing has gone to plan with. Yeah, it's the wrong right angle. And breathe. Put that down that way, and I'm going to just have to mount it upside down. Didn't want to mount it that way, but I am going to have to mount it that way, which means I need to get a SATA cable plugged into it. Not that one, it's this one. I'm going to have to mount the SSD next to it as well, so let's get that. I'm not going to put the SSD in, am I? I'm going to leave that out. Don't think that's even going to. No, it's not going to mount down there either. Flip. Joseph, thank you very much for the donation trade. Joseph, thank you very much for you were my first. I think you were my first ever person who donated for me, Joseph. Thank you so much for that. But again, very, very much appreciated. It was my very first one back, I think February, March time when I could take donations. So thank you so much for that one. I'm probably going to need it for a plaster on my head because I feel like banging it repeatedly against a brick wall at the moment. Because this drive is just not going to fit down here. I'm going to fit it that way, I think. We're going to have to go horizontal. And hopefully then tape them up so they don't catch in there. Ah, I hate computers. Let me just get this quickly screwed in.
I'm going to put 4 screws in here. I don't like mounting them straight to the case because of vibrations. But again, I'm not going to say it again. Not the recommended case. No, both drive bays are full, Nick. We've got a card reader and a DVD in it. So both drive bays are full. I'm not going to put his 250 SSD in because he was using that as a boot drive, and we put a 500 NVMe in it. So all I'm going to do with that is copy his data across, because I think if I put that in, we're going to be looking at so much additional will I get it in there? I don't think I'm going to get it in here. We might do. Oh, yeah, it's No, it's an NVMe. Turn it. Yeah, I've turned it now. It's gone in that way. That's the only option I would have. I would have rather put them down, but I don't know why they've put holes in so you can fit it down. We can put an SSD on the front bit here on the down pit, but it's going to be that chaotic with wires as it is, because I've still got a GPU to fit. I'm going to be ramming wires places I don't really want to be ramming wires. I still need to wire the main board, which is going to be tricky, and GPU. They're only the other 2 power connectors. I am just debating whether to put, I can put the SSD in. Stick that in and see if I can find that one there. Get some small screws for this, and we will put his SSD in. We might as well. Putting so much tension on connectors with it where it needs to go. I've got one holding it in place, and get another screw in there. James, James, thank you so much for the £5 super chat. Very, very, very much appreciated. It would be safe under there, but I cannot get it under here. I'm just not going to have cable room to get my cables in and out with the driving for the fan. And it is too wide for a traditional thing, so I'm only going to get 2 sets of screws in here, so it will be a little bit floppy anyway, because obviously that's a wider bay than the thing is. So it is lifted up on some very small legs, but yeah, not brilliant. James, thank you so much for your very, very, very kind donation. James is one of our moderators as well. I'm sure everyone will know who JFix is. He is very active in a lot of chats. Put a brilliant video out about I'm not going to tell you too much, but about something which not a lot of people know about unless you'd worked on that particular laptop. So go check out his latest VOD, and it's an informative one. And
really good about repairing laptops as a novice. So I found it really interesting. I found it really interesting. God, we've got more wires in here than anything now. What a... We've still got that one at the bottom there. It's going in his cupboard. I am just getting to a point of thinking, well, there's probably not really what I can do with this cabling now. Let's get his power motherboard power plugged in, because that's got to be something we need in without any doubt, because if not, we won't get any life out of it. I'll do all this and find it doesn't work anymore. Yeah, that's all plugged in. Right, we need a GPU now. Oh, we've got a 4060 Ti. This is going to be where the fun really starts. Trying to get a long card in here, and we're taking those two out there. One, two. Silver screws. I uploaded another one today, trying to do some tip videos. Yeah, he did say it was a didn't like. I know you said they didn't like your Thermal Master one, which struck me as being a bit strange, because I found it. I mean, I've got the Thermal Master stuff, but I found it really informative because you did the comparison and stuff like that. But you know as well as I do, we can't please all the people all the time. So sometimes there's no point trying to please anybody any of the time, isn't there, as such. Right, I need to get this in at the back. Can't see that. Oh. Is that the right thread? No. Sure, it's just. Sure, it's that one there. That's the right thread. Fred, show me what you're made of. You have 3 different people leaving negative comments. I don't think you need to think that, James. I think when you look at your reviews compared to a lot of reviews out there, you're up there with the best of them. You show enough detail, you show enough technicality, and you do a good, fair comparison, and you're impartial with it as well. I think if I had anything to say, it's the criticism from people who have an ulterior motive rather than criticism for valid reasons. Because I think your presentation style and everything is absolutely spot on. And you know full well, I have bought so many things, like so many of us have, because you've gone, oh yeah, that's good. And I've gone, oh yeah, I need one of them. So I instantly go to YouTube and do it. Just let me get my phone, guys. PC repairs. I don't touch Xboxes or consoles at all. Sorry, now. Cheers, mate. Bye bye. Sorry, somebody wanted a console fixing. Don't do those. Barely do PCs. Right, plug it into this one because that's where we're going to be sitting. Woohoo! Wow. Look at that. Beautiful. And the good news is, with a bit of persuasion, his DVD will go all the way back as well. It is a DVD. Yeah, it's a DVD multi-recorder. So at least we've got a DVD in it, not a CD-ROM or anything like that. I've had this since 1962. This computer. They're beautiful in there. I tell you what would get your ratings up, James, if you're worried about that. Me and you doing a live stream. We just need to give the people what they want to see. We have done a couple of live streams. Anybody who doesn't know, me and James have done a couple of surprise lives. He actually revealed me. We planned this reveal out because I didn't used to show my face. So we planned this reveal out on YouTube where I publicise that we're doing a reveal, blah, 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 and, you know, get people in and whatnot. And we put the face cam on. And as we went on to face cam, I've got microphone on, sat off camera, and I went, so to show you my face, here's the face cam, click. And JFix was sat there. So the unfortunate thing is, I forgot to turn the microphone on. So for the first 30 seconds, it kind of spoilt it because James is going. But we kind of knew. I think they missed the point of some camera features will suit some folks better. Yeah, they did. I agree with that. GB is 1987. Still my original. 1987. I remember. Cracky, what was mine? I had a Toshiba. I think my oldest would have been probably about 90, 95, 96, something like that. Haters gonna hate. JFix, I wouldn't let it bother you. Yeah. I've got, I think, 2 people banned from my channel. And I've been fortunate because I've only had 2. I get negative comments on my videos, and one of them called me some explicit names because I explained how electricity went round corners, and he didn't agree with me. So instead of putting me right, he just slagged me off. So I just said, not a problem. But I found I did one the other day, and I just said, not a problem. Show me your. Leave a link in the comments to your video where you explain it better than I do, and it didn't come back to me. So clearly they don't. But yeah, I know James knows this, but it's not a case of you. It's a case of them. That's reality, isn't it? Oh, God, tell you what, this now weighs a fair bit. So should we plug this in and see if it's going to go bang? Or whether we're going to get a picture. We have picture. Plug that in there. Oh, I forgot to put IO shield. No. Imagine if I forgot to put IO shield on. You would have heard a first on the stream. I can do things better than the keyboard. Yeah. The balance between humble and arrogant. Yeah. There is always somebody out there who knows better. Fact. Always. Always. Because they've got greater knowledge. They've got more experience. They've got whatever. They know better. They're more of an expert on it than that. And I don't have a problem with people knowing better than me. What I have a problem with is how they convey it. The other person who I banned from my channel wants to convey it in a manner of, this guy's an effing idiot and he don't know what he's on about, sort of manner. So I ain't got time of day for it. Do you know, if you wanted to convert it and go, this is how it should be done and everything else, fine. But, you know, if you want to take it in a manner of, you're an idiot and you shouldn't be doing this, which is more and more propagated of them, crack on and do it to yourself. Believe me, I sleep perfectly fine at night. Where's the on and off button on this computer? There it is. Whew. Something's catching. And it'll be, oh, it'll be something. What the heck's catching there? There's nothing catching.
Oi, you!
That's two for some reason in one sentence. What have I done? I know. I'm past the age of caring about negative comments. Cables all clear. Yeah, I'm still mod in Twitch, but not here. Aren't you a mod here? I will mod it here. Is it silent? How do I mod you here? Yep. You now should be modded here, cows. Don't know why you weren't modded there. There's something catching. I don't know what's catching. So whether something has come out of the way, I don't know. So I'm going to turn it on and then stop a couple of fans because I think it might be not a power supply fan. I think it's a CPU fan. Yeah, CPU fan. Right, so at least I know what one it is. So it's not as bad as I was thinking. I think the cable for the CPU, fan, has probably been pushed. It has. I can see it. It's there. I can't show you because it's a bit far out of the way, but I can see it personally where it is. So I'm going to see if I can shove this power off and pull it out of the way. Get a bit of torchlight on it. Yeah. Aha, there it is. Can see it completely. Absolute donkey. I'll take that middle fan out. Oh. Yeah, don't know. I honestly don't know how to change cows. Don't know how to change. Right, I'm going to get my little tool that I use for taking these fan clips off when they're in situ. Nope. And I'm going to have to put the big light on, so watch your eyes, guys. Oh, that's showing some flesh. Come on, you know I'm here for, you're here for eye candy. It's going to be very fun to get back on. Not. See where it's going. Don't know.
Who's a good girl?
Who's that? Bottom clip is just. that's that done. Get that bottom one just in enough. Come on. Yes, got it. Right, let's see if that's solved the bike spoke lollipop stick. Oh, we've got no noise. Wonderful. Right, lights back off. Oh, little wins, little wins. So click onto there. Keep an eye on bottom right hand corner. And we'll punch delete to try and get into. We have picture, guys. We've got picture. We've got picture. Yeah, we know we've got a new fan. Whew. Oh, excuse me. Oh, choking. We have a picture. Wonderful. XMP. We are going to figure out how to turn on. F7. And it's in overclock. XMP profile 1. Done. And settings. And save changes. Yes, yes. And why isn't the click icon? Yeah, I've done that one. I'm more wondering why my M.2 drive isn't showing, and only the Acer. Tell you why it's not showing, because we've not installed Windows to it yet. That's why it's not showing. That's exactly why it's not showing. We need to put Windows on. Yes, I knew there was something. I'm silly. What am I? I'm silly. So we'll do settings, save and exit, and we'll do save changes and reboot, and then we'll go back into BIOS and boot from the USB. BBS. Yeah, it's I've not installed Windows to NVMe. That's why it's not bringing that up. So we'll get Windows 11 installed, and hopefully it's just doing RAM training because I've changed speed. Hopefully this will. I might need to install a key. That's a key. Come on, come on. Give me a picture. Give me a picture. You know you want it. You know you want it. Come on, yeah, we have picture. Crazy. It's loading into the Windows. This should be loading Ventoy, not Windows. You better not be loading Windows. I've not told you it's loaded Windows. I don't want you to load Windows. I need to flick that off. Oh, I must have loaded Windows. Oh, that one. What? What? Did I load Windows? Did I install Windows on it? Must have done. That'll be his SSD. Oh, I must have loaded Windows. Yeah. Oh, it is, because it's an Acer 500 gig hard drive. So I've installed Windows. Look at me being stupid. That's his big drive, and that's that one. I haven't got a clue why drive letters are all over, but there we go. Yeah, that's NBR. Yeah, I must have installed Windows. I think I did it must have done it for stress testing. So what I'm hoping to see is better temps. I do need to convert it. I normally convert it during through command prompt. I'm just going to do a quick CPU test on it. Do that and do that. So before, with the other cooler, we were tipping out at 100 degrees. Basically, it just didn't stand a chance. Did the other cooler? It was just dead. So this is actually, I were only running on normal last time. I'm running on extreme this time. So it is a little bit different. So this is the Peerless Assassin, a 120 SE. So we can see, I mean, OCCT does hammer it. So we can see we're running at 57 degrees. I mean, it is open case. I will put it in closed case, but I don't think it'll be vastly amounts different. So I'm pretty okay with that. It's running a lot better, a lot better. Bear in mind, as I say, this is tipping off at, on one of those. I mean, we've got a double tier fan. These Peerless Assassins are brilliant. This is just a baby one as well, so I am happy with that. I'm going to put it under a power test as well, because obviously we've got a GPU and whatnot in there. So this will just ramp the GPU up, and we'll do a Furry Donuts as well if that's on here as well. You put a 120 on a R567. Nope, won't get much hotter than that. No, it won't. It'll stay with that. They're a good cooler for that. Yeah, I'd have to clip it out of the well, what I intend on doing, in fairness, Arnold, I've got some 140s turn up, and I've got a Phantom, which is new model Assassin, turning up as well next week. So I think I might, when I'm back working, might do a video where I compare the 120 Assassin, sorry, the stock cooler, to a 120 Assassin, to a Phantom, which is new model with 7th heat pipe, to a 140. On I have a AM5, and they all fit the AM5, so I might do it on the AM5 because it's the same thing. So CPU is sitting a bit toasty, but I don't think that's too far out of the way. Sorry, CPU is a little bit cooler because it's on a variable load. Yeah, the current one is 6, what I've got in. The new one is 7. So they've given it an extra heat pipe. So we're pulling 180 watts and 78 watts there. We'll call that 80 watts just for easy argument's sake. So we're pulling 260 watts plus a bit of overhead for the board and whatnot. We just call it another 50 watts to be safe. And we are, power supplies handling that, no problem at all. So we've got a max CPU temperature, even before stuff kicked in, of 62, which is that column there. I did turn it off straight away. You are quite right. I do like to see it cool down. I just know the cooler. We'll do that test again, because this, for anybody who's watching for the, I love these coolers. I think these coolers are brilliant. The Peerless Assassins, for what they cost, are amazing coolers, and a good, if we'll do this on extreme, this is a good indication of a good quality cooler. So you might have a cooler on your CPU today, what's keeping your temperatures under control, and the way it keeps temperatures under control is twofold. It absorbs the heat into the thermal mass, so the metal, the amount of material you've got connected to your CPU, and then it blows fans through it. So that's basically picking the heat up off the CPU cooler, putting it into the tower or whatever, the fins, blowing air through it and cooling it down. So if you have good fans on there, they can keep the temperature under control. But you get to a point of thermal soak, which is what the metal in the cooler can't actually displace any more than it's actually going into it. So they all have what they call a TDP, or a rated power wattage. So if you put this cooler on a 14700, which we did yesterday, it's running too hot. But a good indication that you've got the right cooler and a good cooler, I'll show you how hot the VRMs are, because I've got that on the other screen. So I'll show you how hot they are in a second. I've got the temperature on the VRMs. So a good indication of a cooler, if you watch here, 58 degrees. So this CPU is running at 100% on OCCT, which is going to put it through so much punishment. So we're running at just short of 59 degrees there. So if you keep an eye on that temperature there, when I kill it and or turn the off, you will see how quick this drops. And this is an indication of a good cooler with plenty of thermal mass behind it. So I'll turn it off now, and you will see 38 degrees. It dropped 20 degrees. 20 degrees drop within a couple of seconds. That means that the heat displacement is exceptionally good, and you've got the right cooler, and you've got a good cooler. You've got a poor cooler, and water coolers will do this when the water cooler's failing, because it cannot pump the water around quick enough to get to the head to displace the heat, is an indication that you've got a poor cooler or a failing cooler. But this, excellent. So if we have a look on this screen for the MOSFETs, which is, so let me find it on here, temperatures, which are down here. So your MOSFET's 43 degrees, so it's peak at 52. I'm happy with 52 degrees on those. Yeah, I'm happy with 52 degrees. I think if it got to 65 or above, I'd be saying, well, we could do a heater on it, cooler on it. I have put little stick-on thermal things before on them. Makes a little bit of difference, but yeah. I normally start considering it at 65 degrees or above, 78 on that. But yeah, 52 degrees under full load. Certainly, how crowded this case is, I'm pretty much okay with that. I could put thermal camera on and have a look. I've got 4 thermal cameras. Pick one. So I'm pretty much happy with how that is actually doing that on there. So it's going to be a case now of tidying. I want to see if his DVD is actually registering in Windows Explorer. Eject. Yes. So you can see it, and it's using it. So that means data channels are working. It's just ejected. So we've got disk 1. We have here, that's my memory stick. That's his big old disk, and this is his, whatchamacallit there. I need to convert that MBR. Yeah. Should we do that on stream? You're going to talk me through that with the with Sergio Shreliak. Should we do that on stream, because we like doing stuff like this? Let me just close this down and just configure a little bit of this to where I need to be. Because I might forget to do this if not. Settings, I think I might have done it yesterday. You know. And privacy. All time, clear now, done. Have I got that on my memory stick? I think I might have it on my memory stick. Did I copy it over to Ventor? Probably not. No, I've already got it on my memory stick. Let's stick a... I've not even installed drivers, actually, looking at it. Let's get Snappy up and running. which is that one. That one. I don't even remember installing Windows to installing Windows to this disk. Can't remember when I did that. I've got one driver left to install. I must have installed Autodrive. Did I do this on stream the other night? Must have done. Must have done it all on stream. Can't remember doing it. Right, that's snappy done. I'll just boot into Sergio. So we'll shut this down. We'll boot up into Windows PE, and we'll do it live. So we'll get it on here. Just keep an eye on the bottom corner, and we'll boot up into. We'll boot up into a Windows PE environment and do what is needed. Nope, we've got a picture. Settings, boot into that. Yes, we'll install a key. I think it's that one. I can't read what it said, but I think it's that because it's too small. Continue. Oops, no, that one. Too excited. That one. Continue. Yes, reboot. There we go. No, I'm not muted. I think it must be you. Oh, I need to change microphones now because I'm coming 5 hours on my stream. So we will go back to there and we'll do save and exit and we'll go boot into that and we'll get Sergio Shreliak up and running. I need to check whether the clone I started this morning has done it as well, which I will check. I'm cloning in those two NVMEs across as well as we speak. So let me have a look, see if my disk clone worked, which is no 95%. It's taking its time. Ooh, this don't want to go. Well, it's better. Now get into Sergio. Did I put the other? Right, that's at G parted. That's the other one which I've not used yet. But hey ho. Get into that. F11 is the boot menu on there. Is it? Oh, okay. I'm that routine about going into BIOS and selecting it through there because I do it on mine all the time, and I can use I think it's F11 on mine as well, and I just get into habit of doing that. I've got some older ones on there, mainly because it gives me the option if one doesn't work to maybe go to a different one. Right, can I change? I can't see this, so I'm going to have to see if I can change the resolution, screen resolution, because I honestly can't see it. No. Right, I'm going to. Okay, so are you saying go use the Amio one in Sergio? So small on my screen, this. I presume it's in hard drives. Acronis. So which I presume it's Partition Assistant, is it? Let's get that booted. Get my chat up on this screen so I can see what everyone is saying. Bottom right rainbow icon. Yeah, I've got AMO left click. Yeah, I'm left clicking on that. It just doesn't seem to be doing anything. So I don't know why. Computer. I think my memory stick is a little bit corrupted, but we'll leave it as it is. As a menu, yeah, nothing. I think it's because it's probably scanning partitions, and because one of his drives is a little bit old, it's doing that. Yeah, I do need to update. No, I think this is. I don't know what version it is. In fairness, it is a while since I've updated this.
I'm thinking it's 2000 and I thought it was this year, but it might be last year's. I don't update it that often because it just seems to work. And I have found when I updated it, I put 25, not 20. Oh, is that what I did? Yeah, whatever it's done, it's not liked it. But I think this is down to his come on, you darn thing. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a manual reboot. It's not frozen, but it has. It's not taking any click inputs. Could be. I know. I think it is my USB. So I'm gonna shut this down and I'll swap to my other USB. I find power button. Power button's black and I can't see it on the computer. Right, let me shut that down. Right, I've got another. Stick that in before it posts. Oh, say F11 for this. Let's see if F11 works. I'm smashing F11. There we go. That one there might need to reload a key, but it shouldn't do because it's the same thing. And yeah, that's the latest one I've got on this stick anyway. Oh no, 2026 is above it. There we go. We'll get that one on. So we'll get Sergic. And get this on HDMI so we can see. That's better. Right, have I got one here which will give me bigger writing so I can see it? No. Just want to zoom in. I can't see it because my... No. None of them are going to do it. So we'll just have to put up with it being tiny. And we'll go to Amio Partition Assistant, which is that one. Yeah, no drivers are loaded. So we need to convert the boot drive from MBR to that. I'm presuming that's the... small, top left, convert MBR to GPT. That's the one, isn't it? Right click on the drive, far left, convert to MBR. Thought it was converting from MBR to GPT. No, that's the disk. That's the one I'm wanting to convert. Disk 0 is the wrong one. Disk 0 is let me get my disk letters up. So disk C is the new one, is his boot drive, which is this one here. So that's the drive. If we're going to convert, that'll convert MBR to GPT, convert disk between MBR and GPT. Okay. Yes. It's, yeah, no, that's others are. Ah, right. But will that make much difference if they're only thingy-bob drives? Disk 0, we're going to convert. Oh, God, it's so small on screen. We'll convert that. Yes, and we'll convert 1, 0 and 1. And we'll convert that one to GPT as well. Disk 1, done. So we're going to convert both of those two to GPT. That's already GPT. So we'll apply and we'll do proceed. Are you sure? Not really, but we'll do it anyway.
Restart now. Let's restart and see what happens. You put no. I didn't have to restart. I want to boot into Windows anyway. See if it'll boot into Windows. Yeah, C was definitely GPT and whatnot. Did I go too fast? I went too fast for chat. MBBS priorities. This is in the BIOS you're referring to. Well, they're all still showing in there, so we're okay with that. Do I need to be back in Sergio, Streliak, or should I go into BIOS? GPT option. Let's just have a look at disk part. Disk management, sorry. Yeah. Well, they're all available. I can see they're all available. This is the one we've just installed. This is his old 1 terabyte mechanical, and this is his SSD. So I can see that they're all in there anyway. And then that's obviously my USB drive. So they're all showing in there. G. Can't see. Oh, G. Well, in fairness, that's only his data drive. That's only a data drive is G. So he's probably not going to need anything on that data. It's just whatever it is, because this is one of the drives we brought across. No, I've not cloned it at all. He's having a fresh install. Having a fresh install of Windows. He's having a fresh install of Windows, and what I've said to him is I won't touch his main storage drive, and then we'll just move it across. So it says have a look in here. Memory is 3600, which is good, and CPU is all cores showing. Actually, just go back to there and just make sure we've got nothing erroneous starting up, which we don't want. Yeah, that's fine. And stick. I don't know whether I did a Windows update the other day. Let me just check for Windows update. Enable BLVD looks good. Okay. He's not going to be too short of this. His plan is anyway on this system is he's going to move a certain amount of quite a lot of the data to a NAS. I've suggested he gets himself some type of NAS to do that. I think I checked for updates the other day on this, and there were none. And now there's absolute shed loads. Yeah, we updated BIOS. If you remember, Arnold, we actually updated BIOS whilst it was in the last machine. Because I think he had K1 or something, or K0, and we put K1 on it, or something like that. So we did do that one. Right, so we're just going to let these 3 install. Whilst that's installing, can I do some cable management? Let's push boat out and try it on a live system. That's really... How the heck am I going to cable manage this? I have no idea at all. If at all. I honestly don't know how I'm going to get this looking any prettier than it is. Because we've got that many cables and nowhere to shove it. And nowhere I'd like to. Ouch. Don't stick your thumb in the fan, you donkey. Because it scares you. SSD cooler heatsink. Didn't have one. Hello, SSD with dial.
PCDD, you little shit.
Sticking plaster. I need more than a sticking plaster. I mean, I've only just recovered from here. You probably weren't on stream. I put hot glue on my finger, and I went like that and wiped the hot glue off instantly, and it took all the skin down off here, off my finger. So I'm always cutting myself. Desoldered that LED. He likes that. That's his RGB. What are you on about, Arnold? Well, it's his G anyway. He's just missing his R and his B. So I just put a piece of tape over it. Right, we're going to try a little bit. I've got workmen outside. We're going to try and, while that's doing its update, get some cable ties around some of this stuff. But I think it's probably going to interfere because I need white cable ties because they are bigger and stronger and longer. And I'll be able to get my hands down a little bit better. But I don't think I can do that until... Yeah, it's just RGB is just stuck on G at the moment. So we're all good on that one. We're all good on that. This is a massive leap forward compared to what he had. Right, we're going to get this back cover on, hopefully. Where have I put the back cover? There's nowhere at the back to put anything cable wise, so I might as well put the rear cover on and get some screws in the rear, which are one. I'm gonna put them screws in. I think they'll look prettier. What is it about power supply manufacturers now not supplying power leads? You buy a power supply, it don't come with a power lead. I'm all for saving money, but customers like a brand new power lead when they buy a brand new power supply. And then if they're spending, I don't know, £100 to get one fitted, they expect a new power lead, and you're not getting them. The stupid thing is, if you go for a more expensive power supply, you get it, but it's another 15 quid, and power leads aren't 15 quid. I might as well just buy one. Cable management though, backside. There's no room at the backside. If I've got less than 1/4 of an inch between the case and everything at the back, it's all going to happen inside here. That is the only thing it is. It is absolutely terrible, this case, for cable management. It's an old style case. It's a wet Todd Ed case, yes. Let me just see if this is done so I can shut the computer down, because I am not going to start sticking my fingers installing. %. I can't do a great deal now until that comes up. Because I'm not going to stick my fingers in there, because I will catch one of the spinny things. And then it's going to be interesting to try and get the not power supply, the cables done. Just trying to look if there's any other way I can do things, and there's probably not. Do we edging that forward a little bit? My edge. No, I'm going to leave it like that. I can bring that back a little bit, can't I? Just trying to make it look a bit prettier, because the Let's take that back cover off again. Wait, what was that? I pinned the message of obviously passing on Twitch. Oh, thank you very much for that, TFN. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm just going to have to wait for that too. Right, there's something else now catching. I don't know what's catching, so I'm hoping that whatever that is catching, you just hear it a little bit. So I can't shut it down at this moment, but I think that's power supply one which is catching now. So let's hope it survives until I think Nathan did one the other day, didn't he? Which Nathan, Parts People, sorry, it was Nathan, where the power supply had been caught in the fan. Oh no, it was Graham, weren't it? On Graham had done it on Adam IT. On the industrial. Right, I can shut this down now. So I'm not going to restart. I'm going to shut down. I don't want it to go through a 4-minute thing, and then we can see what is catching, because something's definitely making a little bit of a tick, 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 boom. Right. Come on, 4%, 7%. Can't wait for it to go quick enough, quick enough, quick enough. And then we will make an attempt at getting some of this done, and then we'll do the other thing, which is trying to get the case on. See if I can see. I think it is that one, just there. That fan cable again, but this time getting caught on the power supply fan. There you go. Just move it out of the way. Oh. Wait for that to shut down on there, and then we'll get some cable management. We'll get the side on. We'll give it a quick thermal test after that. If that's then working, we'll bag it, box it, and tell the customer to come and get it and never look back. That's what they say, don't they? Take a pic and send to customer. Recommend the case. It's this is obviously the second case this machine's been built in. First case were even worse. And do you eat at all? I do. I was just thinking I'm going to get a banana because I am a bit peckish. I'm a bit peckish. I think I had a banana and 2 dry Jeff's with biscuits yesterday for me dinner. But I was just saying, I've got a stinking headache due to the power supply explosion yesterday. And I think the chemicals have really got to me and affected me. So I think that's what's giving me the headache. I'm still waiting for this to shut down. We are on a spinny round thing there, so I can't do anything until it shuts down. Fans are still spinning, and then I'm going to get my hands in and do that. So they must pick small space for space on desk, I guess. Here's Android. Yeah. It goes in a cupboard. This goes in a cupboard under a desk. He was telling me as well. So airflow is going to be the key for this as well. Hence why I was thinking a couple in the front, and I can feel the air being sucked in through there. So those 2 at the front, I think, was excellent. GPU just kicked into place as well. But I am not definitely going to get a tidy internal case on this. I don't know. I'm hoping it's one of the old-fashioned computer desks where the back is completely open on that one. Right, just while that's post into there, I was just going to grab a banana. Don't need to now. Oh no, it's still doing it. Right, I'm just going to grab myself a banana. If you want it, guys. So, dinner is served. 2 highly nutritious digestive biscuits, and the computer's decided to stop. But just to make it a bit easier, we'll get them done. Trim that off. One of the IO little mounts have come up out of the way, so we'll just trim it off. Sorry for a little bit of cover for his Ethernet. I'm not taking an entire board out for that. Oh. Right, we need these cable ties. 1, because they're really strong. 2, they're really long. So it'll save me faffing about too much with trying to get a little tiny one round. So I can do that. And hopefully slide it this way and cable tie a lot together in one go. This is damage limitation rather than making it look neat. I am not going to be able to make it look too neat or too pretty. And no doubt there'll be people who don't agree with this. Like I've said on many an occasion, we can only do what we can do. Put that on there a little, and then put that through. And we should have a shorter white one. A shorter white one's never going to go through there. So you get that. Oh, damn. So since my run was cancelled the other night, they are running tonight, and I was debating whether to run tonight. Just don't know whether I can be bothered, in fairness, because I've had a couple of very late nights, and I'm feeling the pressure of working, or the tiredness through working extremely late. I think I did about a 20-hour shift yesterday, so I am rather tired. So I don't know whether I'm actually gonna. Where's my head torch? There it is. I have to apologise and stick my head under the camera. I'm going to see if I can pull that round with a cable tie. There is a loop on the not going to be able to get this round. Yeah, definitely not going to get that round. I'm not going to get my hand in. I don't want to pull it too much because I don't want to pull the whatchamacallit off. Get around some of it. Oh, come on. Yes. If I can just get it looped on and fastened, I can then fasten one onto another, and it gives me a bit of an extension. There we go. I'll show you what I'm doing in a second, gents. I'm just trying to loop things out of the way to make it a little less chance of it falling into that fan again. Get that up there.
Naughty, naughty.
Get this wrapped around here. I know you can't really see what I'm doing, but I will show you it once I've done, just so you can see what I'm doing and why I've done it. Just obviously everything's extraordinarily tight through this little tiny gap. Done. So down here we had the little tiny fan wire, which is now tucked away down here, which was just right at the bottom there, which was going through the fan holder. Just see it right down here where my fingers are. I don't know if you can see it moving on screen. So what I've managed to do is loop it through, hold it up
I'm
here
a
with...
lead farmer.
He's got his thing working. The case. He's got his thing working. Using white are legal to use. Unfollowing. I have used them because I've run out of big, thick black cable ties. That's the only reason I've used them. I will say, in my defence, I wouldn't normally. Oh, you absolute bar steward! Ah. Oh no! Take a moment.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no.
Guess what I've got in my hand? Yeah, I've said that to people before. Oh, guess where that goes? No! I think it's exclamation R for Rusty Rush Repairs. That's Stuart, yeah. Character from animated movie. Definitely not my day on this one. Definitely. And I won't mind, but I don't even know which way that goes.
Soft kitty, warm kitty,
Little ball of fur. Happy kitty, smelly kitty, purr, purr, purr. I'm going to have to set that back out, that fan, just to give me some. And you're going to have to go on that camera there. And again, I don't have the will to carry on at the moment. And I bet I still can't see it. I'm only doing it to see if I can see roughly where it is. It's right under the... Oh, no, it's right under the heatsink. Don't tell me I'm going to take the blinking heatsink out to do this. I'm not even looking. I'm not even looking at who that is. If you want to see a grown man cry. Right, at least I can see now. Yeah, I would have put it in backwards. My own fault for not doing it. I'm telling you now. I'm not going to blame anyone else. can't get into it at all. Pliers. This has been one heck of a computio. It's not the DVD drive now what's stopping me. It's the cooler which is in the way. But yeah, you know what? It's a lesson learnt, isn't it? To stand my ground. I remember some years ago, I'd not been repairing computers long. I had somebody who didn't live too far away from me, came and she says, I want a screen fitting in my computer. I said, not a problem at all. I said, I'll order you a screen and we'll get it fitted. Brilliant. I ordered a screen, rang her and said, just pop it round. No, I want it fitting here. I went, well, you literally live 200 yards away from me. Bring it round. I'd rather fit it here. No, you come here. I said, well, I don't really want to fit it there because all my tools are here. So cut a long story short, I gave in and I went to fit it at their house or her house. She was a dentist. Not that a professional makes any difference. And I said, where am I fitting it? She said, on the dining room table. I said, well, I don't really want to fit it on your dining room table. She said, well, I want it fitting on the dining room table. I said, well, I might scratch your computer. Have you got something I can put it on? I said, I use anti-static mats at home. She said, I'll put it on this towel. I went, I don't really want to do it on a towel because it might damage it through static. See where this is going, can't you? So, long story short, computer didn't work when I put the screen in. Did everything right. I fitted hundreds of screens. So the only thing I can think of, and I said to her, look, I said, I didn't want to fit it on that. I think whatever's happened, something's happened with static. I told you I didn't want to fit it there. I think it's damaged something. So, well, what you can do about it? I said, well, I need to take it back now. No, you repair it here. I said, I can't repair it. I've got no tools. I don't want to do it. And I should have stuck my guns out and said, I'm not fitting your screen there. Anyway, cut a long story short, it a GPU had gone. And whatever had gone had damaged it through, I'm presuming, static. That's the only thing which I can think. Might have caused it. Did everything else as I would normally do, what I'd done 100 times before. And I said to myself on that day, I said, I will never give in to a customer's whim about what they want over what is right. Again. And I've had it since where customers have gone, I want you to come here. And I'll go, I am not doing it at yours. And I don't do house calls now, house visits. But this is one where I've gone, yeah, okay. And I won't mind, I've given him twice now on this one job. And I'm kicking myself for giving in. Done. Right, moment of truth. Is it going to make a noise when I plug it in and turn it on? Is it going to work when I plug it in and turn it on? That's the other deciding factor. I don't think I've got any cables kicking around anyway now. So that's certainly a good thing. Oh, let me swap my microphones because we're at 5 hours and the microphone will go flat. Turn that one on there. Done. I have 2 microphones on. Off. Charge. Oh. I'm like running in the background. Tell the customer to get yeah. Flocking with JCB now. Dancing on the ashes of the bridges I burned. Oh, we have a subscriber on Twitch, whoever that is. Thank you, HBN22018. Thank you very much for your very kind subscription and follow on Twitch. Thank you very much for that. Thank you, and welcome. We need an epilepsy warning with that light. I'm sorry, TFN. I usually put it on my head and look like a bit of a bit of a something. I'm not too sure what. Right, let's get this powered back up. HDMI. If not, there's only going to be one question we need to ask. If this now does not work, we've got a sensible choice. So the sensible choice is whether it's going to be this window, this window, this window, or the door that I throw it through. So I'll leave that down to chat. If it doesn't work, it's going through one at Windows. It has broken me. It has broken me, this computer. Broken, I tell you. Right, we'll keep an eye out on bottom right. See if we get a picture. Please give me a picture. Please. Right, we've got a picture. I'm going to eat my dinner now, my digestive. Window number 3. But like Play School, if you remember that, if you're a certain age. We've got another follow on Twitch as well. Round Labs just followed on Twitch as well. Thank you very much for that. Thank you. I'm fastly approaching my 100 subs, my 100 followers on Twitch as well, which is amazing. Thank you very much for doing that. Oh, right. Let's pull this to one side. That should all be done. Just make sure the device manager. Yes. I'm just gonna. Can't find my mouse on my computer. No idea where that's on floor. Why doesn't somebody tell me I put it on floor? I'm just going to copy his content from his old. Just an idea. Put that PSU in as a booby trap if someone tries to break in again. Do you know what, that old PSU is like one of them smoke grenade things, isn't it? Where you do. Ooh. I'm going to send a shortcut to that. Oh, don't you just love Windows 11? Let's just move stuff what you don't need out of the way. Right, let's unlock that. Let's go back into there. And disk F. I'm going to send to shortcut as desktop, create shortcut, which should put it on the desktop. Okay. And the customer can move his own. He should AI edit it and rub the PSU and get 3 wish. That would be a really good one, actually, wouldn't it? I must say, I showed it on. I put it on TikTok as well. And the TikTok video puts sound and everything to it, which I was quite impressed with. Which I was quite impressed with how it had done. How it had done everything like that. Oh, that's quite clever. That quite like that. Right, is this managed to? It's open, so we're good on that one. We should have in here. Add spice to it, yeah. Keeps the kids watching. Yeah, that's all it's for, isn't it? Where's OneDrive? That one. That one. That one. Yeah. Control C. And bang it in his admin folder of here. And paste. I don't know how much data he's got. Hopefully. I'm hoping it won't take too long. A couple of minutes, it says. 29 gigs. but it's SATA. It's NVMe. SATA to NVMe internal, so it shouldn't be too long. It gives me a chance to indulge in my digestive biscuit yet again. Well, we were expecting the delivery of the other parts this morning, yeah, but they've not arrived. Let me see how many stops they are away. Because these are the big boy coolers. I've still not got a side on this one. That's the other thing to concern us about. We need to get the side on. 3:15 p.m. Time is it? Any time now. I've got quite a big delivery coming. There should be 10 RGB fans and where's OneDrive? Won't let me pull OneDrive across. It is. It's there. Where's his desktop? His desktop's there. Cut. Yeah, 10 RGB fans and a cooler for one customer. So we need to fit all the fans and the cooler. Got a lot of stuff on his desktop, hasn't he? And then a cooler and power supply for another one. Right, this is now that built. Bottom case is on. That's done. Right, we need to see if we can get this. Oh! Chassis twisting. That's how bad this case is. The chassis is twisting. I won't mind. The actual thing in here is a little bit down as well. Rather than them putting that side like that, if you can see, they've actually dropped this down a little bit on the inside, and that's why it's catching. So if they'd have left it same height as that, it'd have been fine, but they've printed it down a little bit. You just see there's a bit of a lip on it. Only a slight one, which means now, when I put the side on, it will catch. So I will just say to the customer, can't do anything about that. So please be really careful when you put it in its final resting place. Because that little lip, it is bulging very slightly. Get these screwed down, then lift that up a little. One screw, two screws. Ow! I'm going to give this a distinct cheer when I have done this. It is going to get a cheer and a half. We are going to definitely. I will wave goodbye to this with a fond heart when it exits the office. Just took the tension off that heat, cool a little bit. Don't mind, it's only one of the actual heat pipes which is catching. That is it. So we've got a selection of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 12 heat pipes. There's only this one here which is catching. Everything else is absolutely fine. So I will just say to the customer, it is catching a little bit. So we'll just have to be careful of it. But it's better catching with that cooler in than not having that cooler in, because it would not be pretty. So we'll give it, now the case is on, we'll give it one final thermal blast with HDMI. And we'll try this with not noisy. I'm worried about it being a bit noisy with them two front fans, but that ain't noisy at all. Stick that in there. Get one of these out. Stick that in there. Okay. Go to there. Go to Ventoy. Go to there and go to. Don't always run well this on HDMI, but we'll give it a shot. So we'll give it a quick thermal test. Just make sure all thermals are still where they need to be. We'll do it on a power test. Anybody have a good TV recommendation for €500? Mine died. Oh, display side. It's not just the backlight what's gone, is it, Sparta? I presume you've looked at that. USB sticks crashed Windows. Stupid thing. Will that start even though I've not got USB in? It copied it to a temp location. I bought a new TV last year and I got an LG, and I've been impressed with it. I know LG make a lot of the TV screens, and like Samsung do. But yeah, I've been more than happy. I've got a Samsung as well. I've got a Gallery series in the living room, and I do say that Gallery series is phenomenal. It's no LED TV, that one. That does look really, really nice. But that was really expensive. I think that was yes, just put it in there. Get that running. But I think there's some bargains to be had, aren't there? The one I got last year actually was previous year's model as well, because it was about 300 quid cheaper. So I think it was about £1,000 TV, and I only paid something like 650 quid for it. And some of that was down to the fact that it was last year's model. TCL. Chinese ones, them, aren't they? No, something is shorting to ground on the display, and it kills MOSFETs every time. It's either the board right before the display or display itself. Pain, isn't it? That's a pain. Right, so we sorry to distract from what we were just saying, Sparta. We're now that's brilliant. We've now running this closed case, so temperatures will go up a little bit, so up to about 58 degrees. GPU is a bit cooler than it was before, but the good thing about closed case, a closed case doesn't necessarily mean it's going to run hotter. Closed case can actually run cooler, mainly because if you channel the airflow correctly, and we did try and channel the airflow, if you remember, through the cooler, you're actually got a better airflow to pick cool air up, move it through the cooler and get rid of it. So we have got two fans here, one being in the power supply, obviously, to get rid of it. So it might be running cooler now because it's got the better airflow, not air, better airflow. So that's just something to be aware of when you are thinking of doing this. But I'm still happy with mid-60s on CPU at full tilt, and GPU actually is running a bit cooler. That was 78 degrees, I think, last time. And that's a power test. So I'm happy with that. So we can close that down. So we'll go shut down. Finally done. Finally done. Give it proper 10 minutes. I will. I'm just not going to leave it on whilst I'm streaming for 10 minutes. I'll put it through in the other room and I'll do it off stream. I normally give them 10 minutes of power testing, leave it off for a couple of minutes, then another 10 minutes power testing. So it's got like 20 minutes, but we're 5-minute break between, just so it's not picking up from zero or from ambient temperature again. So it's from a warm state rather than a cold state. And then I usually run the MEM test on it as well to make sure everything's running on that. And then I run a VRM test on it as well for the graphics. Got a fly in the room for the graphics. Right, so we'll just get this one moved. Ouch, stabbing myself. Oh, it's a fairly heavy PC that now, and he's got everything. That is why we've had so much issue. All because he wanted that and that. Do you know what? I've not even checked to see if that thing actually works. I think we should check to, you know, before we go any further, let's just plug that in actually and just check that that works. That would be probably a good idea. I'll turn it on. Let's get a memory stick. Can't check his whatchamacallit because I ain't got a clue where memory cards are, but if one's working, the rest will be working. I think MOSFET controllers, the gamma or something. I have a schematic actually. Somehow managed to find it. Not exactly the same model, but close enough. It's a lot of years since I've done anything on a TV. Right, let's open that. Yay! It's working. Shut down. That's all I needed to know. It was working. We know these on the front are not going to work. So the two down here aren't going to connect because we've had to use the USB 3 for this rather than for that. So can't have everything. Right, let's get this one just moved and we'll do stress testing later. Oh. Some of this stuff down here I don't need. I'll put this straight in the recycling outside. Dog, move. Room in the office. Glorious day. Oh, my window's open. In. Come in. Right, we need to see if this clone has done. Started the clone off this morning. Let me just tidy actually a few more of these screws and whatnot up. Clear down, and then we can move on to the next project. That can go in the fan pile. That can go back up there, so I don't lose it, because you can guarantee I will look for it and can't find it. What's next? We've got our delivery coming with what do they call it? coolers and power supplies. So they are the next job. Let me just move, as I say, get rid of some of this. My dog is still sulking with me. I need to mend that. Let's do that on stream. Then don't need any of these screws. I keep keeping screws, but I don't need them. You think I'll keep them just in case. But I've got about 4 billion screws. Definitely don't need them. Never use them again in my life. Oh, let's just repair this splitter whilst I remember. That button. Presume that goes in that way. No, upside down. Is it upside down? No, it is that way. There we go. No. Bent, that's why. Yeah. That's why it fell out, because it got bent. That's better. Right, that's that done. Go back in my fan box. I think I've got a spare. Didn't need them after all. Go back in there. Let's have a look, see if this clone is done. Yay, congratulations. All operations have completed successfully. Wonderful. So let's just have a quick look and make sure our clone has done correctly. Disk H. Yes. And which other one was it then? It was a 1 terabyte drive I cloned it to. Have I not given it a disk management number? So we've cloned this one. I've cloned it to a 1 terabyte. Let's say 500 to a 1 terabyte and 1 terabyte. Why is it not showing? Got a green light to say it is. Eject disk H. No, it's that one. There we go. It's now showing. Oh no, so where have I cloned? Well, according to that, it said it had completed. Have I just cloned it to wrong drive? Is that what I've done? No. No. I don't know where it's cloned it to. The clone stuff says, congratulations, it's all done correctly. How's it doing it all correctly? It's still sat there and it's not got a... Well, I'm bewildered. That's took like 10 hours to do something stupid and it's not... I've not yet, James. No, I'm probably going to touch base on that one until my other delivery comes. I'm going to get back onto that one next. I think it's either chipset or CPU. Somebody suggested warming the chipset up, so I will give that a try, but I don't hold much hope out for it. I am more puzzled to why or what this is doing what it's doing or not doing what it's not doing. I basically cloned this disc today. I started it off at, I don't know, 7 o'clock this morning through Disk Cloner or whatever it was. I can't remember what piece of software I used, and it says it's completed successfully, and it's clearly not. That's me Windows 11 second disk. That's me 10 terabyte storage disk. That's my boot disk. That's just another M2 for storage. That's another M2 for storage. They're all mine. And then this is customer disk we were cloning. That's just another one of my storage disks. And in disk manager, it can't have cloned. Cannot have cloned. Why has it told me it's cloned? Samsung use those as well, Sparta. I didn't know Samsung used TCL displays because Samsung make a lot of their own, don't they? I didn't know they use other people's. Anyway, rather than me, I'm going to have to do that one again. I need to pick that up tomorrow at the very latest. Supposedly today. But if the disc aren't cloned, I need to clone it again, but I'll have to do that offline. I'll do it through my my delivery coming. So we'll get back to this one. I just need to send a text to a customer, and can I remember his name? Can I, Heckers, remember his name? Right, just let me send this text message. 1 second, gentle people. Just going to get on the phone. Right, I just needed to text that customer. I've got no, I'm just making sure I've got no other bits on here, and no, don't know that.
That's puzzling hell at me. Puzzling hell at me to why that's not clone. Yeah, I've got no option apart from to do it again. So I'm just gonna put me massively behind on that. Tell you what I'm going to do, guys. I'm going to end the current stream here because I need to get that disc cloned because I need to finish that computer tonight, and it's not cloned in Windows, so I'm going to have to do it with ISO, which means rebooting the system into an ISO. I'm doing it, but it shouldn't take too long. So I'm going to clone that one. With that, by that stage, my parts should be here for building the other two machines because they're due any moment. And then I will come back on stream later on, and we'll do another stream later to do the two builds and get that stuff sorted and ready. That seemed like more of a plan to do that. So give me a couple of hours, I would have thought, just get that cloned. I'm going to grab a sandwich, a couple of hours, wait for the parts to arrive, and then I'll jump back on and do it. And I'll put a notification out on both Twitch and YouTube. So thank you to everybody who has joined me this afternoon. Thank you very much for everybody who's hit that like and subscribe button. It really means a lot, whether you're on Twitch or whether you're on YouTube. If you are on YouTube, please do consider going over to Twitch and hitting a follow button. And if you've got an Amazon Prime account, you can always go over there and use the free sub what Amazon give you for one of your favorite creators on there as well. So very much appreciated. Thank you to everybody who's had an input or just stood there watching or laughing at me. I'm here for entertainment, and I will catch everybody. Give me a couple of hours or so, and if you see the notification, please do consider joining us again. But we will catch up later. I'm gonna let the dog out because the dog's now come to see me as well. She's wanting a bit of attention. She'll probably want to go for a quick pee break as well. So we'll get that sorted, guys, and I will catch up with you probably around 6ish. I would have thought. I think Andy's probably finished about 5:30, 6. So I might just tag on to the back end of that anyway. See where we go. So right, take care, guys. We'll see you all soon. See you later, guys. Bye bye.